All rise. District Court's now in session. Honorable Stephen W. Boyce, Judge presiding.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. And Mr. Bader, if we can have the jurors brought in, please.
All right, please. Here's our president now for your honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we are back on the record on Fremont County case CR 22-21-1623. Council's present as well as the defendant and defense counsel. The court will note that all 18 jurors are present and properly seated, and the court has reviewed and confirmed that all 18 jurors have signed their juror affirmation for the day. So thank you again for following the court's admonishment given to you at the end of each day. We're continuing with the case in chief of the state. I believe the state at this point is calling its next witness, and who's going to be conducting direct.
Your Honor, the state will be calling Brenda D, and I'll be handling that.
All right, Mr. Wixom, then you can call your witness.
Swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, now that the witness has been sworn, let me just inquire, because this trial is being live streamed and accessible to the public. I wanted to inquire on the court's exclusionary order. Ms. Dye, have you reviewed or watched any of the trial testimony that's taken place since the case started?
No.
Okay, and have you talked to anyone else about their testimony they've given in trial?
No.
Okay, with that affirmation, then I'll allow Mr. Wixom to commence with the direct, and I'll ask the witness, please talk right into the microphone so we make sure to pick up your words, and go ahead, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Dye.
Good morning.
Will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Brenda Dye, Brenda. Last name Dye, Dye.
Thank you. And ma'am, where do you live?
I live in Fremont County, Island Park, Idaho.
And what do you do for a living?
I am the Fremont County Coroner, and I also work for Fremont County EMS as an EMT.
And to clarify that for the jury, as an EMS, are you trained in life-saving techniques?
Yes,
As an EMS, are you trained in autopsies or any of those kinds of things?
no.
How long have you been the coroner?
I took office in January of 2019.
So when you say that you took office, you're an elected position?
I am, yes.
When you took office at that time, did you receive any specialized training as to how to be a coroner?
Very limited training. I did attend a 2-day training in Boise. And then I attended probably a 4-day training in Las Vegas, Nevada in July of 2019.
Since that time, have you received other training as a coroner?
Yes.
What training have you received?
Every spring and fall training in Boise, here in Boise. And then every July, we have a training in Las Vegas, Nevada. And I've attended that every year since 2019.
Can you explain to the jury what is the primary function and role of a coroner in Idaho?
We respond to unattended deaths. We determine the cause of death. We make sure that our decedent gets to the proper funeral home. And then I sign off on the death certificate.
I want to back up and have you explain a little bit. Does Idaho have an ME system, a medical examiner system?
Yes, and here in Ada County, that's our closest facility to take our decedents for autopsy.
Typically, in most counties in Idaho, do they have their own ME?
No.
I'd like you to kind of please explain what functions or things do you do to help determine a cause of death when you arrive at an unattended death?
We conduct an investigation. We look for weapons. We look for medications. We look for the family to give us information, health history about for the decedent.
And just for the jury's sake, from your perspective, how do you define an unattended death?
Death that is not someone who's not directly under a doctor's care.
And you just noted that one of the things you do is to look for weapons. Why do you do that?
To determine cause of death.
Why is identifying whether there's a weapon important in determining a cause of death?
If it was homicide, suicide, medications for natural health history.
What factors as a coroner do you look at when you determine whether or not to have an autopsy performed?
When we conduct our investigation, we usually have a detective on scene who helps us determine that. And usually if we cannot find a cause of death, and we don't do a lot of autopsies just because of my budget. It doesn't allow for us to do a lot of autopsies, and we have to come over to Ada County and transport the body over here if we deem it necessary for an autopsy.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you to define for the jury some terms that you might typically use as a coroner. Are you familiar with the term lividity? Can you explain to the jury what that word means?
Judge, could I have some foundation as to how she knows about lividity?
Mr. Rickson?
Ma'am, how do you know what the word lividity means?
My training and my EMS training for years.
Will you please go ahead and explain to the jury what that word means?
Yes, the it's the lowest point of the body that the blood pools when somebody is no longer living, and it pulls at the lowest point in the body, and it looks like a bruise. It looks like a red. Oops.
Help the jury understand, how does identifying whether or not there's lividity help you in your role as a coroner?
It helps me to know how the body was found, how the body, the position of the body at the time of death,
Why is that important for you?
to know if the body was moved. That's the most important, is to know if someone has moved the body or not.
Perhaps maybe this is more of a common term, but can you explain to the jury your understanding of the definition of rigor mortis?
Rigor mortis is stiffening of the body. It normally occurs 2 to 6 hours after the time of death, and then it releases after about 8 hours approximately.
And why is identifying rigor mortis important to your role as a coroner?
To determine the time of death.
In addition to rigor mortis, are there other things that you look at to determine time of death?
Yes, we can look at lividity, rigor mortis, the temperature of the body. A lot of times, well, the abdominal cavity is the last part of the body to lose its warmth. So if somebody is cold to the touch on the abdomen, they have been deceased for quite a while.
And then when you are responding to an unattended death and are making a determination if an autopsy is necessary, what other factors besides those mentioned do you look at or consider to determine if an autopsy is appropriate?
I think for a minute. Part of our investigation when we cannot determine a cause of death, or if it is a homicide, then we do autopsies. Child deaths, we normally do autopsies.
I want to draw your attention back to October 19th of 2019. Do you recall responding to an unattended death for a Tammy Daybell?
Yes,
And prior to responding to that, had you ever heard Tammy Daybell's name?
no,
You didn't know her in any way?
No.
What about her husband, Chad Daybell? Were you familiar with him at all?
no,
Any of the Daybell family members that you were acquainted with or knew in any way?
no.
So can you explain to the jury, when you responded to that unattended death, how did you receive that call or that request to come?
I was on the ambulance for my other job, and we were returning from an ambulance call from the hospital, and I received a call from our dispatch that there was an unattended death that I needed to respond to.
Is that the norm? Dispatch will call you?
Yes,
And the best you can recall, what time of day did you receive that call?
it was early morning.
And did you respond immediately?
I got there as quickly as I could. I had the ambulance drop me off on my way back through.
When you say the ambulance dropped you off, were you hurt or were you working otherwise?
No, I was working.
How long approximately did it take for you to arrive on scene for the time you got the initial call?
Approximately 45 minutes.
And prior to arrival, did you talk to anybody else about helping you with this?
Yes, I called my deputy coroner, Wilmore. She's about 10 minutes away from where the deceased was. And dispatch had called me a few times to request my estimated time of arrival, because the decedent's husband was very distraught, very upset, crying. And so I had my deputy go and start the investigation until I showed up.
Are you aware, was anybody else dispatched or sent to the scene?
Yes, we had Officer Greenhalgh there.
So at the time that you arrived, had Officer Greenhalgh and Deputy Coroner Wilmore already arrived?
Yes.
So I want you to tell the jury, what's the first thing that you observed when you arrived on scene?
I observed Chad, the husband, very distraught, very upset, walking around. And his son was on scene also with him, Garth. Chad was very distraught. Garth was emotionless to me.
And for the jury's sake, can you describe your recollection of the layout of the home when you first arrived there?
I walked into the kitchen and there I met with Officer Greenhalgh and Deputy Wilmore, and they kind of filled me in on what they had done, what they had seen.
And then at some point, did you go in and observe Tammy Daybell's body?
Yes, I did.
And how did you get there?
I walked through the kitchen, down the hall into the back bedroom.
Who took you into the bedroom?
I believe Officer Greenhalgh and Deputy Wilmore.
And at some point, did you engage Chad Daybell in any conversation or discussion?
Yes.
When did you
Okay.
do that?
After I looked at the body, I questioned Chad about Tammy's health, her past health history.
Your Honor, at this time, rather than republishing this exhibit, I would ask to have the witness provided the state's exhibit 295D is in David.
Okay.
And it was published yesterday to the jury. Ma'am, for the record, what are you holding in your hand?
I'm holding a picture of Tammy,
Yeah.
deceased on the bed.
In looking at that photo, on the back, but is there a mark on it?
The exhibit.
Yes, ma'am. Do you see that?
Yes.
Will you just note for the record what number that is?
295D.
Thank you. Now flipping it back over and looking at it, just, can you confirm for the jury, is what you see in that picture the same position that Tammy's body was in when you first walked into the room and observed her?
Yes.
What did you first observe about her body when you first went in and looked at her?
I observed the blood tinged sputum coming from her mouth. Kind of a foam, a pink foam. She was wrapped in a blanket. I asked if that is the position she was in when she was found, and Chad told me no, she was hanging half off the bed with her face and head towards the floor on her left side. When he discovered she was deceased, he called for Garth to help him, whose bedroom is across the hall, and they picked her up off the floor and put her on the bed and covered her with a blanket.
At that moment in time, when you were observing her, did you do anything to physically check her or touch her?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
Looked at the body. We always look at the body and know any injuries, any signs of struggle, anything. I did observe rigor mortis had set in. lividity on the backside. So her back, her bottom, her legs, the back of her legs as she was laying. And then I also noted that she was cold to the touch. Her abdomen was cold. So
When you just noted that you observed lividity, did you make that observation at that moment in time, or did you examine her body? At what point did you identify what you thought was lividity?
at that point, when I examined her body, I saw lividity.
What, if anything, let me withdraw that. Did you just tell us, did you observe lividity on her body?
Yes,
And what, if anything, did that lividity tell you?
that she died on her back.
Did you observe anything else in the room at the time?
Yes, there was a kitchen towel to the side of the bed. And it had the pink blood tinge sputum on it. And I asked Chad if he had used that towel. He said yes, that he had used that towel to wipe her face.
And you were starting to explain to the jury, Chad gave you an accounting of how he discovered her.
Yes, he said that he felt her body roll off the bed, and that's what awakened him. And just because of the rigor mortis, lividity, the coldness of her body, I asked how that was possible if she had been gone that long. And he said it may have been from him pulling on the sheets and releasing her body as it fell. He stated that she was going through menopause and she had hot flashes, and she liked to sleep with her feet outside the covers and on the edge of the bed.
What triggered you to inquire how that is possible, or his account of how the body fell? Why did you question that?
Because if someone's dead, they can't roll out of bed. So I was trying to understand how that woke him up when somebody is dead, they can't move.
Did his explanation make sense to you?
The explanation of maybe him pulling on the sheet or the blanket released her body. But looking back on it, no.
Why, looking back on it, does it not make sense to you?
It would take a lot of force to roll a body out of bed.
So I'll move on. What else, if anything, did Chad tell you at that time about Tammy?
Chad stated that Tammy had been feeling really off for the past few months. He stated that she had told him she felt outside of her body, not normal. He told me that she had been having fainting spells. And one occasion he said they were at the temple and she was kneeling at the altar. And when she went to stand up, she fainted. He said she had extremely low blood pressure, but she did not seek medical attention for that from a doctor. He said she did not like going to the doctor, and she would try to treat everything natural. There was a lot of natural supplements and oils in the kitchen cupboard when we were looking for medications, and also a natural remedy book on her side table in the bedroom.
I want to take you back. You said that Chad indicated to you that Tammy had a low blood pressure problem,
Yes.
but she wouldn't go to the doctor about that.
Yes, he said that she tested it like on a Walmart or Walgreens blood pressure machine.
Did Chad give you any accounting of the timing of the night before and kind of how he perceived Tammy?
Yes, he said about 12:30 she was having a coughing fit and she vomited in the bathroom. He helped her back to bed. She said she was okay. And then he went to sleep.
Did he ever identify for you what time it was that he claimed he was woken up by her falling?
Approximately 12. Oh, her falling out of bed.
Yes.
I think it was just before 6 a.m. in the morning.
You indicated that there were some, I think you talked about supplements or oils that were found in the home.
Yes.
And did anybody tell you whether or not those were things that Tammy was using?
Yes.
Who told you that?
Chad.
What did he say about that specifically?
That she liked to try and treat everything naturally and not go to the doctor. But we did find a prescription for fluoxetine. And Garth admitted that he was sharing that with his mom for his depression, anxiety.
Did you identify any other prescribed medications in the home?
Just the fluoxetine and then over-the-counter medications and the natural supplements.
You mentioned earlier that Chad had said that Tammy had been feeling out of her body.
Yes.
Your experience as a coroner, is that a common way or a common symptom for someone to describe?
Judge calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Could you repeat it? Sorry.
In your experience, is saying that I feel out of my body a common thing for someone to describe as a symptom?
It can be, yes.
What did you take that to mean and how did that play into your assessment?
With the low blood pressure, with the fainting spells. And also he did say that she had a fall a month or two prior to this day, and she hurt her wrist. She did go to the doctor for that because she was afraid it was broke. And the doctor did prescribe tramadol for that. There was no tramadol found on scene. He stated that she had taken the prescription as prescribed.
Now, I want to be clear, as a coroner, you're not a medical doctor.
No.
Are MEs medical doctors?
Yes.
At the time you were on scene, besides identifying the supplements or the fluoxetine,
Yes.
did you have access to any medical records for Tammy?
No, those we have to request from the doctor, and it can take up 2 weeks to receive those.
So at that time, I'll withdraw that. At that point in time, approximately how many unattended deaths had you responded to?
It was my first year being in office, so under 10.
And now, on average, how many unattended deaths do you respond to?
It could be 20 to 50 a year.
And ultimately, did you determine what you believed was the time of death for Tammy?
We estimated the time of death. If we don't have an exact time, then we do an estimation of when she was last seen alive and when we get the call. And then lividity, rigor mortis, and the temperature of the body also plays into that.
And ultimately, do you determine a cause of death? And are you the one who signs a death certificate?
Yes.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
What did you determine the cause of death for Tammy was initially?
I determined it was pulmonary edema.
Can you explain that to the jury?
Due
What
to
that
a
means?
cardiac event. So pulmonary edema is the backup of fluid, blood in the lungs. And where he told me she had low blood pressure and the fainting spells, that can play into that part. And also, I asked about any seizure-like activity because of the foam in the mouth. Chad did tell me that she did have shaking fits when she would faint. So her legs would shake and she would convulse.
And how did you factor that into your determination of cause of death, that accounting from Chad about shaking fits?
Seizure-like activity.
And what led you to, you mentioned a second ago that you had included in your potential cause of death, a heart attack. What led you to include that?
A cardiac event just because of the extremely low blood pressure and the fainting, which if your blood pressure does drop really low, it does make you faint.
Now, as a coroner, do you make a decision about an autopsy based upon a family's wishes?
No.
Is that something you consider though?
Ultimately, the decision is up to me. If I deem one necessary, then I do it, regardless of family's wishes.
In this instance, did you have a discussion with Chad or with the family about their feelings about an autopsy?
I did mention it. Chad didn't seem to want it or not want it. But Emma was on scene, Chad's daughter, and she really didn't want her mom to have an autopsy. It's pretty extensive, and she didn't want her mom's body to have to go through that.
So understanding that you make the shots in the call, do you still as a factor at least consider what the family is telling you about their wishes?
If I deem it necessary, then I do order an autopsy. If I do not deem it necessary and the family requests an autopsy, then they are they're responsible to pay for that autopsy.
Now, have you recently made any amendments to the death certificate?
Yes.
And what have you done with that?
The manner of death was changed to homicide. The cause of death was changed to asphyxiation by suffocation.
Can you explain to the jury, why did you make that change?
Tammy's body was exhumed and a medical examiner from Utah autopsied her body. She had a very deep.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. She's calling to make conclusions that she doesn't have any foundation or we don't have any foundation to suggest she's qualified to make. And in addition, she's going to be reciting what another medical examiner may or may not have said.
All right, on lack of foundation, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, you mentioned that there was an autopsy performed.
Yes,
Did you attend that autopsy?
yes,
Were you present for the beginning to end of the autopsy?
yes,
As you were there, were you standing there with the ME performing the autopsy?
yes,
Was the ME explaining as performing the autopsy what they were seeing?
yes,
As a 20-year veteran as an EMS, were you understanding the terms and things that were being explained to you from the
yes,
ME?
yes.
So then I'd like you to please go ahead with what you were explaining to us about.
Judge, and I'm going to renew my objection. At this point, it's relying on hearsay to make a determination of what someone else may have said about what they think they may or may not have found.
It's overruled.
Go ahead, please, ma'am.
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
I was asking you to please explain what you were observing during the autopsy that helped cause you to change your mind about the cause of death.
As they were dissecting the bruise, it was a very deep bruise on her arm. It didn't make sense that she had thrown up the night before because she still had stomach contents.
I pause you, please.
Yes.
Explain that to the jury, please.
So her stomach was full of food. If she threw up, there wouldn't be food in her stomach during the autopsy. I was gonna say, so I'm the one that signs the death certificate. I'm the one that, makes that determination. I do, if we do an autopsy on a body, I do take the medical examiner's, words advice. I'm not a doctor, they're a doctor. When they do the autopsy, then, it helps me figure out the cause of death.
You'd explained earlier that one of the bases for your original determination was seizures. What did you learn from the autopsy about that factor or that aspect of Tammy?
All of Tammy's organs were very healthy. There was nothing in the brain. The heart was healthy. The only organ that was not healthy were the lungs. When they were dissected, there was still foam, a lot of foam in the lungs.
How did that impact your decision to change the death certificate?
There shouldn't have been that foam in the lungs still. It was 2 months before she was exhumed and then autopsy was done.
Is there anything else besides the autopsy that has impacted your decision to change the amended death certificate?
Yes.
What other things?
I received a call from Arizona police. They wanted all of my coroner records. There had been a death in Arizona, and Chad's name was brought up. And there was also an attempt. And when I heard all those names in the investigation that was going on, and then it did change my mind. If I had known that information, it would have been.
Who were the names that had been brought up?
Lori
Judge.
Vallow,
I'll withdraw. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Alex Cox, Chad Daybell.
You mentioned the word attempt. What did you mean by that?
An attempt for Lori's niece's husband, attempt a shooting.
At the time that you made your original determination, had you heard the name JJ Vallow or Tylee Ryan?
No,
Did information related to those names also impact your decision to amend the death certificate?
yes.
As you sit there today, do you have any regrets about your original decision?
Yeah.
What are those regrets?
So, had I known that information, I would have ordered an autopsy. At that time, with my limited training and being new, I did the best I could with what training I had at that time.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, I have no more questions at this time.
All right. Cross-examination?
Judge, before we start, I have exhibit 19 and 20. If I could provide those to the bailiff to have those marked. My understanding is 19 and 20 are admitted by way of stipulation of the parties.
Okay, have they? And what are those, Mr. Pryor?
Those are a death, 20 is a death certificate, 19 are pictures. And Judge, we'll have a sidebar prior to going forward with the pictures, if that's acceptable to the
All right,
board.
how many pictures have you got in?
It's going to be one, there are a number of pictures, A through I think K, but specifically it's going to be F that I think I'm going to be looking at. But I'll request a sidebar before we go down that road, Judge.
Okay,
Your Honor, for my benefit, could I just ask counsel to refresh me what these photos are of? Are they of Tammy's death scene?
Correct.
Thank you.
And Judge, there may be some overlap with what the state had admitted as well previously, so.
sounds like we have a defense exhibit 20 that's already been admitted. Is
They
that-
may already be on there.
Okay, so the death certificate exhibit 20 has previously been admitted.
I didn't have a recollection of that, Judge. My notes didn't reflect that. I apologize.
All right, thank you. So you can, yeah, if you can start there, and when we get to the pictures, if we have exhibits not yet admitted, we'll take those up in turn.
And Judge, whenever I can go forward.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you.
Do that.
So, and how would you like me to address you? Miss Dye or Coroner Dye? Miss Dye is okay? Okay. Miss Dye, you had an occasion to discuss this case with the FBI. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And that discussion took place at the Rexburg Police Department?
yes,
Okay. And as part of that discussion with the FBI, you had mentioned that you had worked for EMS for 20 years,
yes.
that you were an EMT for 5 years and an advanced EMT for 15. Is that still accurate?
That was in 2019, so
You have even more experience now.
I have more experience now, yes.
So when you're talking about an EMT and an advanced EMT, an advanced EMT is someone who is qualified to give medication. Is that right?
Certain medication, yes.
And there's also additional training as well, identifying medical emergencies. But in addition, there's also some training as it relates to death scene investigation. Is there not?
Yes,
And for 20 years, you had experience doing that, right?
my main concern as an EMT is to save lives.
Right, I understand that, but if the life can't be saved, you're still as an EMT for 20 years, given a significant amount of training about the death scene investigation, are you not?
If we can't save the patient before I was coroner, then no, I didn't. We would leave the scene.
Okay. Now, when you spoke with the FBI, your testimony with the prosecuting attorney is you said something about taking a 2-day seminar, is that right? Some sort of
In
2-day training?
Boise, in Boise, yes.
And then you said there was some other classes or some other issues, right? That you took?
There's a week-long conference and it's about 4 days, but yes, it's a week long
Yep.
in Las Vegas, Nevada.
And
every
that's what I was
year.
curious about, because you mentioned something about something else, but when you talked to the FBI, you described it as a week-long conference with the FBI as part of your training, right?
Right,
Is that right?
yes.
Okay. And what areas did that cover as part of that week-long conference?
Causes of death, times of death. It covers a wide variety.
It's an extensive course,
Yes, it was my first time attending too.
and is it required as part of being a coroner? Isn't that one of the requirements that you have to go through that training in order to be either elected or appointed as a coroner of a county?
Yes,
And you have to get this extensive training because we're not dealing with a minor issue. We're dealing with making a significant determination of the cause of death of somebody, aren't we? Ma'am?
yes,
Okay. And are you familiar with Title 19, Chapter 43 of the Idaho Code?
I don't recall.
Judge, would there be something that could refresh your recollection if I showed you something?
Sure. Yes.
And if you would be so kind as to just read that, I'm not having it marked, just read it. You could read that, take the time to read that, and then when you're done, hand it back to the bailiff, and then we'll talk a little bit about it.
What statute are you having her review, Mr. Pryor?
1943-01, Judge. I have another copy. If I would like, I could provide it to the court.
Fine, I have it.
Thank you. Now you've read Title 19, Chapter 43 of 01 of the Idaho Code. Is that
Objection, Your Honor.
Grounds?
Your Honor, this witness is not qualified to give any, she has no legal expertise to be interpreting statutes for the jury.
Well, if it calls for a legal conclusion, I'll sustain it, but I don't know what the question is yet, so overruled for now.
now, ma'am? Did you have an occasion to read that as part of your responsibilities of becoming a coroner?
When I first took over as coroner, yes.
Right. So you're aware that your primary job as a coroner under this particular legal statute of the law is when a county coroner is informed that
Objection, Your Honor. This is calling for a legal conclusion.
it's not, Judge.
Overruled.
When a county coroner is informed that a person has died, the county coroner shall investigate the death. You read that first line, right? And you're aware of that, right?
Yes.
You are under a legal obligation under the law as part of your position to investigate any death, correct?
Yes.
And if that death was suspicious or unknown circumstances, that's sub B, or the death occurred as a result of violence, whether by homicide, suicide, accident, you are required to investigate, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then as a result, if you determine that there's an issue, you can require an inquest to be conducted, which is basically like a jury trial, right? You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And you are also to notify the police if you have any, before even doing an inquest, if you have any concerns under the statute that there's anything suspicious or out of the ordinary, you are to notify the police department and ask them to conduct an investigation. You understand that as well?
Yes, and we did have an officer on scene that helped investigate this. And we have an officer respond to every death call that helps investigate.
And I appreciate that, ma'am. But in talking to the prosecutor, you talked about, well, the lapidity caused me some concern. Remember you said that about lapidity, that was a concern of yours and your questions weren't answered, right? Well, at the time of the scene there, you said, you noticed lapidity in the body, that Tammy Daybell apparently had died on her back, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Was that of a concern of yours at the time that would cause you to say, maybe I ought to take a step back before I sign this death certificate?
At that time, no.
Okay, but you were fully aware of the lapidity that you're claiming had occurred at that point. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. There were no fresh bruises on Tammy Daybell's body anywhere, were there?
On her arm, yes.
Those were fresh bruises?
I don't know. I'm not qualified to
Well, you did
make
a,
that.
you did a report in that regard, did you not?
I did, and it looked like an old bruise to me and with,
That's, we'll get to that.
okay,
So when you filled out your medical report, you specifically not only identified that she had bruises on her arm, you actually used the word old bruises. Do you remember that?
yes, I did.
And these were not fresh or red or irritated or anything like that, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness has already indicated she's not qualified to determine that.
Well, based on our observations all over,
These weren't fresh bruises, were they, on her arms? These were old bruises, just like what your report says, correct?
I can't answer that.
Okay. But you will answer that on your report, when you decided to fill out a report relating to this case, that report said old bruises. When the picture of the body, you wrote on the arms, old bruises on the arms, right?
Yes,
No other bruises on her body anywhere else, right?
no,
Nothing else that would deem to be suspicious on her body, correct?
no,
And in fact, there was no indication of any trauma to the neck that you could observe, right?
no,
There were no scratch marks on her hands that would indicate any kind of a struggle, correct?
no,
There was no irritation on her ears or her face or her head that would give you any indication that there was any kind of a struggle. Is that right?
yes,
When you arrived, Chad Daybell was distraught, wasn't he?
yes,
Sobbing.
yes,
And you noted that it was his son that was not upset. His son was, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but would you say his son was reserved,
yes,
quiet?
yes,
And in the FBI report, you mentioned that you think that maybe his son was in shock. Remember that?
yes,
Okay, and it's still your assessment at this point that at the time you felt that his son Garth was in shock. Is that right?
yes,
Okay. You went over to the nightstand, and on Tammy's side of the bed, you found the essential oils, right?
the book,
The what?
the book
The book.
of essential oils of natural.
Did you see any, I would represent you that Officer Greenell testified that she found a number of items in the bedroom. And you also saw cough medicine on Tammy's side. Is that right?
I don't recall the cough medicine being in the bedroom.
Okay, what about the medication for strike? What about the medication for bruises that she had, that was in the bedroom as well? Do you recall that?
No,
Okay, but if Officer Greenell was there, right?
yes, she
And
was.
detailed that in her report, correct? Correct?
I don't recall.
Okay, would it help you to review Officer Greenell's report?
Yes,
Judge, if I could just have a moment.
you may.
And Judge, I think while I'm waiting for this to load, I'll continue with some questions so we don't waste any time. If it loads. So back to I think where we left off is that Garth was, in your opinion, was in shock at the death of his mother, correct?
correct.
And Chad Daybell throughout this episode of being there with Tammy, for the most part, was sobbing and was highly emotional almost the entire time. Is that fair?
Yes,
There was no instance where you saw that he was faking it or trying to pretend to be upset. This was a genuine situation where you truly believed he was upset about the death of his wife. Is that right?
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Yes.
Now, I appreciate you talking about it, and you mentioned it in the report that at no time did the family ever try to prevent you from doing an autopsy in this case. Is that right?
Emma stated she didn't want one done, but
Okay.
it's my choice, ultimately my
Right.
choice. Yes,
Emma didn't want one done because she didn't want her mother cut up, right?
correct. Yes,
She didn't want her mother subjected to being, she didn't want her mother treated that way as part of the examination. Is that what her primary and only concern was?
yes,
Okay. And yet Chad was indifferent one way or the other. He didn't tell you one way or the other whether he wanted one or didn't want one. Isn't that true?
yes,
And ultimately, it's not the family's decision whether this occurs. It's your decision whether this occurs. Is that right?
yes,
And based on the facts as you saw them, you saw some old bruises that you identified in your report, right? Correct?
bruises.
There were no other indications of a struggle or a fight as it related to Tammy Daybell's body. Is that right?
No, not that I noticed. No,
Okay. No other indication right up to the time you dropped her off at the morgue that there was any problem with Tammy's body in any way, correct?
explain problem.
Well, you didn't see anything as part of when you arrived to the time that you loaded her up and took her off to the morgue, there was never anything during that process that would indicate there was anything wrong with Tammy Daybell's body, right?
I don't know what you're asking me.
Okay.
I can't answer that question.
Okay, how about this? There's nothing suspicious that you noted other than the lapidity and the old bruises that you put in your medical report, correct?
Correct.
Judge, at this point, I've got the report of his Officer Greenow. With the court's permission, I could give it to the bailiff. He could take it to her and she could scroll through. I think that would protect in terms of being able to refresh her recollection about the report, if that's acceptable to the court.
All right, I'll let the prosecutor take a look at that first before it goes to the witness to make sure it's appropriately identified.
Oh, it's okay. See, and then it has. And I could have printed it off.
Mr. Pryor, we've got that report also admitted as an exhibit, if that's
That
easier.
was also, maybe I missed it, but I didn't have that marked down, and if the court wants to, I don't, either way, Judge, either we can,
I'd prefer the exhibit to your computer.
all right.
States Exhibit 418.
It doesn't work that way. I'm an idiot when it comes to electronics. Oh, thank you. And ma'am, after you've had a chance to review that, would you look up and then just hand that back to the bailiff?
Your Honor, while the witness is reviewing, may we have a quick sidebar?
Well, let's have the witness finish the review and then we'll have a quick sidebar.
Got it under, I have it under, I think 19 or one of these I have it under, and I'm gonna move to admit the entire expiration. Yeah. I think the whole thing is. No, there's like 4 pages there in the whole thing, so. Yeah, oh no, that's okay. We can just correct that. I don't have a problem with that. And if you by stipulation, do you want to read over this so you know what's in the whole thing? Well, no, just use the up and down thing and you can start and.
Okay, in her,
Get it back to the bailiff and judge for. Counsel, may I have a look at that, Mr. Bailiff, please?
Yeah, and that's exhibit 418 that council's reviewing.
You're right. So. Judge, we may have to have a sidebar just very briefly. Would that be possible?
Yes, that's fine.
Want to look at the rest of it or?
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so after a sidebar, we've determined we do need to take some, a little bit of time to get an exhibit prepared, which we're working on at this time. And we will take the mid-morning recess to allow that to occur while we're on break. So we'll take our break here, plan on a 30-minute break to come back on at 10:15.
All right, please. Court's again in session.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we can have the drop back, please.
All right, please. Please offer the counter for you.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record. CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Completed our morning break. Maybe to help move things forward here, Mr. Pryor, I'll note that we have now defendants exhibit 19, which is the entire report of Officer Greenhalgh, including attached photographs. And I believe that's been offered and will be admitted by stipulation. Is that your understanding?
It is, Judge, and that's 19. Is that right, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Wixom from the state, does the state stipulate to the admission of exhibit 19, which is the entire report, including statements and photographs?
We do, Your Honor.
Okay, that'll be admitted then as a single exhibit. And you can proceed with your continuing cross, Mr. Pryor.
Now, Ms. Dye, as part of your activities on the scene at Miss Daybell's death, you eventually went back and did a chart or a report as it related to this case. Do you recall that? And part of that is to do a body chart and identify things of significance on that body chart. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay, and you in fact did that. Did you recall that?
yes.
If I were to provide you with a copy of the chart, would you recognize that chart? If I could have the bailiff approach the witness? Thank you, sir. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I showed it to you. Okay. And do you recognize those documents?
Mhm.
Are those the documents that you prepared after your examination of Tammy Daybell?
Yes,
And the date of those are 10/20/14, is that right?
yes, that's the date the report was
Okay.
completed.
And those are true and accurate copies of what you prepared as a result of your examination of Tammy Daybell on the date of her death. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, Judge, I'm going to move for admission of defendant's exhibit, and I would like it to be marked E and F, Judge. I think it's consistent with A, B, and C.
E and F,
E and F, 89 E and F.
89 E and F.
Yes, Judge. And I think that was how it was previously disclosed to the state on my exhibits.
Any objection to exhibits 89 E and F?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Defense exhibits 89 E and 89 F are admitted. And again, two separate exhibits there, Mr. Pryor. It's a body chart and then
Two body charts, Judge.
two body charts. Thank
Do
you.
you want to have that marked now, Judge, or how do you want to handle that?
I'll have the clerk mark that actually, so we keep it straight.
You're getting your mileage in today. Sorry. You're walking today.
Yeah. So to be clear then, Mr. Pryor, the top, there's two pages here. The top page you gave me will be E and the bottom page will be F.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Now, ma'am, you've had may I proceed, Judge?
You may.
You've had a chance to look at what's been marked Exhibit 89E and 89F. Is that correct?
Yes.
And based on the time that you spent at Mr. Daybell's residence observing Tammy, this is a true and accurate reflection of what you observed on that day, correct?
Correct.
And at this point, there's no changes that you would make or anything that you would modify in regards to this, correct?
Correct.
Okay, Judge, could I publish this?
Yes. There's a light on that device, Mr. Pryor, that'll help with the shadow.
Thank you. Okay. So and let me know when you're ready, ma'am.
Yeah, go ahead.
On your left, when you're looking at the screen, and it's the face down figure, up on the arm, we have a term. What is that term?
Lividity.
And blood had gathered there. Is that right? That's what that means?
Yes.
Okay, and then a little further to the right on the same figure, there's another word what is that word?
Lividity.
And then to the left again on the same figure down near the lower part of the back, there's another word.
Lividity.
And then down on the legs, there's another term. What's that term?
Lividity.
So from what I gather from this, there was lividity on her entire body. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. So we weren't able with lividity, you aren't able to really make a determination other than the fact that she was laying flat at some point, right?
Yes.
Or she was laying on her front, one way or the other, right?
On her back.
Okay. So in your report, when you discussed this with the FBI, you had, based on all of your experience, you had said that the body had been dead for about 5 to 6 hours. Do you recall telling the FBI that?
Approximately, yes.
Okay, well, you said 5 to 6 hours, so that's what you testified to the FBI. Is that incorrect?
No.
Okay. So I guess the question is that Mr. Daybell mentioned that he was awoken by the fact that Tammy had slipped out of the bed when he pulled the covers. You recall that?
Yes.
And Tammy had fallen down and her head was on the floor and her leg was up on the bed. You recall that?
That's what I was told. Yes.
Okay. So if Tammy had died in the bed and had passed away in the bed, this lividity would be consistent with her fell down, and that's what woke Mr. Daybell up. There wouldn't be lividity up in her head, would there?
No.
So when Mr. Daybell told you that he was awoken when he pulled the covers, rolled over, and Tammy slid off the bed, well, that's consistent with the lividity here. She was in bed. She died in bed. And when he pulled the covers, she slid off. So wouldn't his story be consistent with the lividity findings that she actually was in bed for 5 or 6 hours?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now I want to go over to the other side and the one that's facing. And on that particular one, it says something about tinged foam. Could you read that for me?
Blood tinged foam.
Okay, and that's what you observed on her body was and we saw the pictures of the blood tinged foam in her mouth, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then further down on what would be her right arm, you put two words there. And what are those words?
Old bruising. Old bruising.
Okay, so old bruising. Now, you didn't put new bruising, did you?
No,
You didn't put any marks on anywhere else on her body, right?
no.
And as part of your investigation, you by statute are required to do a thorough investigation of the body. Is that right?
Yes.
And you did that day, didn't you?
Yes.
And what you came up with is that she had some foam in her mouth and there were some old bruises on her right arm. That's what you came up with, right?
Yes.
And you came up with nothing else on her body that showed any indication of any other trauma, marks?
No.
We could take that one down. I'm done with that. And Judge, at this time, I'm going to want to publish defense, it's Defense Exhibit 19, I believe.
All right. Give me a moment.
19F, Judge, I'm sorry. And Judge, this is the one where counsel. Sorry. This is just. Mr. Bailiff, would. I'll clarify. I don't know if you just mark that whole.
All right, again, Mr. Pryor, the way we're admitting and have admitted Exhibit 19 is just a single exhibit. So you can reference photographs contained within 19. They're not going to be given separate designations. So 19F is not going to be an exhibit. So you'll have to refer to it by, I guess, page number, because that's the way it came in as one document. We're not going to have the sub documents in 19. It's just one exhibit.
And Judge, unfortunately, there are not page numbers on these.
Okay, well, if
I can identify it as,
you can describe it or count through the pages, but
Okay.
it's one single exhibit.
and Judge, this page number is a photo of Tammy Daybell's right arm showing some discoloration.
Okay, and we've got the original exhibit here that's getting processed. We'll get that over to you here shortly. And you can publish off that court's.
Judge, I've also got it on my screen. Could we do that by HDMI?
You could do that as well if that's a
So would
accurate.
you approach and look at this to see that it's a true and accurate same one, all right? And Judge, counsel has acknowledged it's the same picture.
Okay, as long as it corresponds with the actual exhibit, Exhibit 19 is admitted. It's the paper document of the entire report with the pictures. If you want to select one of the pictures to publish, we'll do that. I understand this is also a photograph, death scene photograph. The court's not going to publish to the public. It's going to be published to the jurors and the parties only based on a graphic content.
Your Honor, may I have permission to stand here during this part of the cross-examination so I can have a vantage point for the screen?
You may.
Oh, it's up there. Magic. So ma'am, you're looking at what's part of 19, Exhibit 19. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And the old bruises that you were talking about, are those reflected on the two what look to be discolored marks on Tammy Daybell's arm?
yes,
And that's what you saw on that day, correct?
yes,
And those are the old bruises that you talked about that you identified on her body on that day, correct?
yes.
Okay, Judge, that's all I have at this point with this. I'll
All right.
So you testified earlier and you used the words, if I don't deem it necessary. If I don't deem it necessary that an autopsy is done, it's my decision alone to decide whether an autopsy is done, correct?
Um,
Your decision alone to decide whether an autopsy is done, correct?
it's ultimately my decision.
Right.
Yes.
And you looked at these old bruises that you identified, correct?
Yes,
Correct?
yes,
And you looked at the foam coming from the mouth, right?
yes,
Okay. And I didn't see any other marks or any other indication of anything other than the lividity that you talked about, correct?
correct.
And based on that, you then issued a death certificate, right?
Yes,
Now, before you issue a death certificate, you have an obligation, do you not? Before you issue and sign that death certificate? Are you aware of your obligation?
yes,
Okay, and that obligation is that you want to attest, but when you put your signature down on that death certificate, you want to be sure that what you're signing is true and accurate to the best of your ability based on the information you have at the time of the death. Is that fair?
yes,
Okay. And at that point, the death certificate, and Judge, I'm not going to publish Exhibit 20, but Exhibit 20 reflects that death certificate. You talked about pulmonary edema, and then there was another cause for this, right? Another reason why you cited her, two things that you cited as part of what you felt was her death, correct?
yes,
Okay. Now, you did talk to Chad, and he talked to you about the fact that Tammy vomited the night before, correct?
yes.
And you had mentioned about the stomach. Was that stomach completely full?
No, not completely.
Right. And were you aware, when you were there, did you talk to Garth about the fact that he bought Tammy a quarter pounder and some French fries that night? Did you discuss that with Garth?
No,
Okay. But when you went through the autopsy, you found potatoes in her stomach, right?
I didn't identify it.
Okay.
I just saw the stomach contents.
Okay, but you weren't able to identify that there were potatoes in her stomach.
I didn't know what it was.
And you didn't identify the fact that there was any sight of a quarter pounder or anything like that, correct?
No,
Okay. So when you said that you found it unusual that her stomach was full, it wasn't really full. It just had contents in it. Is that fair?
yes,
Okay. So we really don't know whether Tammy Daybell threw up that night, other than the fact that Chad said she did, right?
right,
And when you showed up, Chad Daybell is sobbing, he's crying, and he's telling you how his wife threw up the night before, correct?
yes,
Went to sleep, and she fell off the bed. And based on the lividity, his story is consistent with what the lividity findings you had, right?
yes,
Okay. Now, you also had an opportunity to look at Officer Greenall's report, correct?
yes,
And you saw that the number of medications that Tammy Daybell was taking, correct?
uh,
Do I need to refresh
Yeah.
your recollection with it again? Do you need to
no,
see it
I
again?
I saw it.
You saw it? You sure?
Yes,
So on page 1 of Officer Greenall's report, and the comment was that they're on the table every morning and she takes them to help her. You recall seeing that in Officer Greenow's report?
Yes,
And you discussed that with Officer Greenow, right? You discussed what Tammy Daybell was taking as part of your investigation, didn't you?
yes,
Okay, so you're aware that she was taking fluoxetine, thank you. Fluoxetine, which is Prozac.
yes,
She was taking acetaminophen. She was taking ibuprofen, right? Vitality extracts, immunity energy, grapefruit, peppermint. I'm sorry, and I apologize. Vitality extracts for immunity, energy, grapefruit, and peppermint. You saw that as well, right? On the table, right?
I recall it was in the cupboard,
Right. You recall that was in the cupboard? That
The
wasn't on
kitchen.
the table?
not the bedside table, the kitchen cupboard.
Well, when Officer Greenow says Chad showed me all of the over-counter medicines she takes, she said she has approximately 10 bottles on the table every morning. So would you be mistaken possibly that Officer Greenow must have made a mistake in her report, or do you possibly, you just don't recall correctly?
Doesn't it say in her report, the cupboard?
Oh, it talks about what was in the cupboard and that
Yes.
there were other things in the cupboard in addition to these things. But Officer Greenow talks about this being on the table. You don't remember that?
There's a picture of those medications in the cupboard in the kitchen.
Okay. And then equate cough medicine, right?
Yes,
Essential oil respiratory blend, right?
yes,
And then lastly, supplement for bruising and sore muscles. Remember that as well?
yes,
And then there is a reference that most of what was in the cupboard were essential oils, natural remedies, and some pain medication. Okay?
yes,
So this cupboard was full of a number of essential oils, right?
yes,
This cupboard was full of natural remedies, correct?
yes,
And this cupboard was included in all of these things as well. A lot of medicine that she was taking, right?
natural, yes,
And there's no doubt in your mind that Tammy Daybell was the one taking all of these medications, right?
that's what we were told, yes.
Okay. And Chad talked to you about Tammy having minor fits and shaking consistent with fatigue, right?
Consistent with syncopal,
Minor fits.
syncopal
consi-
episodes.
She had,
Yeah, Mr. Pryor, please let her finish her answer before you get another question going.
you want me to restate?
Yes, please.
You were told that Tamra would have minor fits of shaking, which were consistent with seizures, correct?
Yes,
Now, when you have a seizure, you're aware that you don't need to have a heart condition or a problem with your organs in order to have a seizure, right?
it's in the brain.
Okay. But what in the brain is the seizure? It doesn't necessarily mean you have a sign of it in your brain, do you?
I'm not a doctor, and so I don't.
Okay. But you made an assessment here based on what you said, and you signed a death certificate saying that this was something other than homicide or murder, didn't you?
Initially, yes,
Okay. And then her daughter Emma talked about her mother was trying to take clogging classes, but then in the last month or so wasn't able to keep up and was having some difficulty as well, correct?
yes,
Okay. And there was some discussion that Chad was in the temple, and that's part of his faith. I guess we previously talked about a temple, and that's somewhere, I guess, where you practice your religious faith.
yes,
And during that time while in the temple, she fainted while she was kneeling down, right?
yes, when she went to stand up, yes,
Right. And there were other instances where she was having health issues and balance problems as well that were vaguely referenced in the report, right?
yes,
So based on the fact that she had seizures, based on the fact that those bruises were nothing new or recent, there was nothing on her neck or face that indicated that she was smothered, choked, or anything like that, you made the determination that there was a medical reason for why she passed away, correct?
Yes,
Now, that all changed though, right?
yes,
And then at some point, you received a call from some police officers in Arizona, right?
yes,
And they said, hey, we got this situation with Lori Vallow, right?
yes,
And we got another situation with Lori Vallow and Alex Cox related to the name Brandon Boudreaux, right?
yes,
And the first situation was with Charles Vallow, right?
yes.
Did that officer happen to tell you at that time that Chad Daybell isn't implicated or involved in any criminal proceeding um, against either of those folks? Was that told to you at that time?
That, yes, Chad Daybell's name was mentioned with Lori Vallow.
Yeah, but did they happen to tell you that they're not pursuing any charges against Mr. Daybell at that point?
No.
Okay, so that was left out when they talked to you about looking into this thing, right?
Yes,
And then at that point, based on your previous observation of foam in the mouth, right?
yes,
And the lividity, right?
yes,
And what those police officers told you when you had your discussion with them, right?
yes,
At that point, you decided maybe I need to look into this thing a little more, right?
yes,
And at that point, you helped with the officers getting an order to exhume Tammy Daybell's body.
yes.
Did you start an inquest per statute into this matter?
I, 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 I can't answer that.
Well, you can, because did you start an inquest? You read the statute. If there's an allegation someone has been murdered, homicide, suicide, you have the option to start a public inquest.
Hold on before you answer. Grounds.
Council should not be interpreting the law at this point, and I don't know if she's able to draw the legal conclusion.
It's a yes or no question, but to the extent it's calling for any legal conclusion, it's sustained.
Okay, well, yes or no? Did you start an inquest?
No. No,
Instead, what you did is you started working with the police officers and the prosecuting attorney on it.
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
At this point, you then notified the police that you wanted her body dug up, right?
at that point, we were working with the FBI and
Okay.
police from different locations,
Oh,
yes.
so the FBI was involved as well, right?
Yes, I
Okay.
believe so.
And at that point, there was an order to have Tammy's body removed from the ground, right?
Yes,
Now, as part of your your duties as a coroner, isn't it true that you're also supposed to notify families in regards to any death or suspicious death and let them know what's proceeding in these matters?
I believe that was done.
It was done?
I believe it was.
Do you know what family members they happened to mention that to, that they were digging their mother out of the ground?
I don't recall which ones, no.
Okay, and it was your duty to do that, so you don't recall your duty of having to notify them that they're digging their mother out of the ground, right?
I work closely with the investigators
Okay,
through the sheriff's office, our detectives, and
and I didn't ask you about what you did with the investigators, ma'am. I asked you whether you told the family you were digging their mother out of the ground.
no,
Was there any other reason you were looking for what, a reason for why Tammy Daybell could have died other than what you said about the lividity or anything else? Was there any other thing, other suspicious circumstances you were looking for?
at the time of her death, no,
And at the time of digging her up, were you looking for something else?
yes.
What were you looking for?
Suspicious activity, anything that would result in homicide.
Okay, and that was after talking to the police, you were looking for information that would help maybe convince you to change your report to something other than natural causes. Is that right?
After several things happened, yes.
Well, I'm not talking about I'm not talking about Brandon Boudreaux or Charles Vallow. We've already established what that's all about. I'm talking about the facts you had when Tammy Daybell was put in the ground. It was lividity. And that really was it, wasn't it?
No, I was told about her past health history,
Okay.
and that played into her cause of death. Yes,
Did you happen to look at Teton Medical Report and see what her past medical history was?
I did review it.
Okay.
Yes.
So then you're real well aware that Tammy Daybell had a history of anemia, right?
Past history, not current.
Right. Well, she wasn't treated, she wasn't being treated because she wouldn't go to the doctor for anemia. You didn't see any indication that she had been cured of anemia, right?
It just stated her past medical
Right.
history.
And based on your information, there's no indication in any single medical report that, you know, amazingly, Tammy Daybell has been cured of her anemia, right?
No,
Okay. You also saw that she had a family history of heart disease and heart problems as well, right?
family history, yes.
Yeah, family history, right?
Yes,
And you're also aware that Tammy Daybell had a difficulty with going and seeing doctors, correct? She didn't like to see doctors, did she?
correct.
In fact, she relied on homeopathic essential oils and minerals to solve her medical maladies, right?
That's what I was told. Yes.
Right. Okay. So based on the other information that you had about Tammy's history, you decided that even though there's anemia and there's a past history of heart disease and heart issues in the family, we were still going to dig her up, right?
Yes.
And
Yes.
would you agree with me, ma'am? You were basically going on a fishing expedition looking for a reason to change.
Objection, argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were basically looking for some reason to dig Tammy up and try to come up with another cause of death, right?
Objection again, argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustained. Ask a question, please, Mr. Pryor.
After she was dug up and you went into the and had the autopsy done, right? By the way, where was that autopsy done?
In Utah.
Where in Utah?
I don't recall exactly
Okay,
where we were.
but you were in Utah somewhere, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And Judge, if I could just have a minute.
You may.
That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Wixom, redirect.
If I may, Your Honor.
Mr. Bailiff?
Ma'am, do you recall being asked several questions about what your legal responsibilities are as a coroner by the defense counsel?
Yes.
With respect to your duty to perform an investigation, will you please recount what steps you took in your investigation originally at the time of death?
I asked for medical history for Tammy, looked for medications. We also looked in the bedroom, in the nightstand drawers, for anything that would be suspicious. And then Officer Greenhalgh and myself And Deputy Wilmore also spoke with two of our detectives. And Officer Greenhalgh was told just to take some good pictures and document well.
And in fact, pictures were taken. Is that correct?
Yes,
Were you present when those pictures were taken?
yes,
Did you provide any instruction as a coroner as to what pictures to take or how to take them?
yes.
Do you recall anything else you did as part of your investigation? Let me ask this. Did you attempt to talk to Garth about the circumstances of his mother's death?
I mostly just talked to Chad and Emma. At the time, Garth was just very quiet and just would nod when we would ask him questions or when Chad would respond. He was just really quiet.
And with respect to a number of the questions,
Mhm.
you continued to tell the jury, that's what I was told. Do you remember responding in that manner?
Yes,
Who was the person on scene that was primarily providing you with all the information that you were relying upon?
Chad Daybell.
And at the time, did Chad bring up any issues about his connection to Lori Vallow?
No,
Did he bring up Alex Cox's name?
no,
Did he bring up the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux?
No.
Defense counsel made clear that you had estimated an approximate time of death, roughly 5 to 6 hours before you arrived on scene. Is that fair?
yes,
Likewise, you were asked questions about finding a number of supplements and other over-the-counter prescriptions on scene.
yes.
Was it even possible for you to ascertain how long those items had been on scene before you got there?
No.
Did you get any other information from Chad to verify that in fact she was taking those supplements and they had been on scene prior to her passing?
I did not.
Do you think it's possible that someone else could have put those supplements on scene before you arrived?
They could have, yes.
You were asked about your duties to provide an accurate death certificate.
Yes,
And in fact, you did file an original death certificate and then a second amended certificate.
yes, correct.
Why did you file the second amended certificate?
The results of the autopsy and 2 other dead children at the same residence.
What other dead children are you referring to?
JJ and Tylee.
Did Chad volunteer any information about those two at the time?
No,
When you filed the amended certificate, were you doing that as part of your duty as a coroner?
yes, I was.
And explain that. Why? How is that a fulfillment of your duty?
That was the conclusion of the investigation.
You were asked several questions about the bruising that was observed on Tammy's arm.
Yes,
Do you have any qualification as you sit there today to determine the age of bruising?
it looked old to me, but I don't have the expertise.
And in fact, during the autopsy that you observed, did the ME provide any information about that?
Judge, I'm calling, calls for medical conclusion, calls for hearsay, and there's a lack of foundation.
Sustained.
But as you sit there, do you have any reason to think you have the ability to say whether they were old bruises or fresh bruises, you personally?
Me personally, no.
You were asked some questions about your duty to inform family if you feel like there might need to be further investigation and exhumation. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
And why didn't you do that?
I don't recall. I don't.
Do you remember what you told the defense attorney a few moments ago?
Our detectives, and officers, I believe they informed the family.
So that was your understanding at the time.
Was my understanding, yes.
Were you ever given any information from law enforcement about how cooperative the family was during the course of the investigation?
Judge, objection.
I just asked this to be,
They're basing the response on hearsay, and the only way they get that is through hearsay, Judge.
Yeah, the question was she given information? It's eliciting hearsay, Mr. Wixom, it's sustained.
may I argue on that, Judge?
No, I made the ruling, so ask another question.
You indicated that while you were on scene, I think your words were that Chad was sobbing and crying.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that different people have different emotions when there
Yes.
is a grief situation? Were you able to observe or get any information about whether or not a few weeks later when Chad was marrying Lori Vallow, if he was
Judge,
crying or sobbing?
objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Is it fair to say that when you were asking these questions on scene about Tammy's health, that Garth didn't give you any information about her health?
No, he didn't. Only that he was sharing her fluoxetine prescription with his mom.
And again, you've already testified about the reasons for your change in the admitted certificate.
Yes.
And that was based upon you being at the autopsy.
Judge asked and answered.
I'm just,
Overruled. Go ahead.
you already explained you attended the autopsy.
Yes, I did.
Is there anything else as you sit there today that you can explain to the jury that you learned from that autopsy experience that helped support your decision to change the death certificate?
The expertise of the medical examiner. And the investigation that was going on. Into other deaths and
Anything further? Anything else? Your Honor, I don't have any further questions.
Judge, there were some new subjects brought up about Alex Cox, Lori Vallow, as well as supplements on the scene and that when those arrived. I think I ought to be allowed to at least inquire on those two subjects.
On the supplements on the scene, I'll allow that. On the other topics, I think that was within the scope
Okay.
of cross. So just on that limited point made by redirect on the supplements, you can recross.
Ma'am, do you recall about what time the call was made, the 911 call was made?
I don't recall the exact time it was made now.
But you did say that you dispatched your deputy coroner, Tammy Wilmore, to be there because she could have gotten there within 10 minutes, right?
Correct, yes.
And the purpose for that is that she lives, we're not going to say the town, but she lives close by this residence
Yes.
and she could get there relatively quickly, correct?
Quicker than me, yes.
So when the dispatch 911 call was made, Miss Wilmore was there within 10 minutes, right?
She was in bed when it happened, so probably not 10 minutes. She had to get dressed and gather her stuff and respond to the scene. Yes.
But you were there within 20 minutes. And she
I-
arrived before you got there.
I said approximately.
Yeah. So prosecuting attorneys suggesting that someone ran out and bought a bunch of supplements, staged this thing, and within 10 minutes of Miss Wilmore arriving, planted all of this evidence. That isn't very realistic, is it?
Could have happened before,
Okay. All right. Fair
days
enough.
before.
Fair enough. Thank you, Judge. Nothing else.
All right. That concludes the testimony then of Coroner Dye. Is the state seeking to recall the witness in the future? From the defense?
And Judge, Miss Dye is under subpoena from my office, but I'm releasing her from that subpoena today.
Okay, so that does conclude your testimony for the trial. You can be excused. Thank you for appearing. You can go ahead and step down from the witness box and we'll gather anything that was there in way of exhibits. All right, the state may call its next witness.
Judge, at this time, the state would call Kelsey Harris.
Or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, the court will note the witness is now under oath. I do have a few questions before we start with the examination. Ms. Harris, have you viewed, watched online, or observed any of the trial testimony that's taken place since this case started?
No, I have not.
All right, have you talked to anyone else about the testimony they've given in trial?
No.
Okay. Mr. Wixom, you can proceed with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. Will you please state your full name for the record?
Kelsey Harris,
Will you please spell it for the reporter?
Kelsie Harris,
And where do you live?
Sugar City.
Is that here in Idaho?
Yes.
Ma'am, do you recall knowing a Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
I want to draw your attention back to October of 2019. Did you have any association or interaction with Ms. Daybell back then?
Yes.
What was that association?
She was a student in my clogging class in Sugar City, and she also worked at the school as a librarian. And at the time, I worked at the school as well.
What did you do at the school at the time?
I worked in the kitchen.
Did you have regular contact while at work with Ms. Daybell?
Yes, I saw her frequently.
Would you, how often during the course of a week or a day might you have? contact?
Every day I would see her.
How would you generally describe your relationship with her?
We were friends. We would see each other at class, in my class and at the school and have conversation more than just a hello.
Okay. And you mentioned a clogging class. For the sake of jurors or any of us who may not understand clogging, will you explain what that is?
So clogging is a fast-paced style of dance, and you wear clogging shoes that are similar to a tap shoe. It has 2 taps and it creates loud sounds and also different rhythm steps.
And did you say you attended the class with her or you teach the clogging class?
I was the instructor of the class.
To the best that you can you recall what time frame was it that Tammy was attending that class?
It was the end of August, early September until the time of her death in October 2019.
How often was the class held?
It was every week, a 60-minute class once a week.
Did she attend regularly?
Yes, every class.
How would you describe clogging overall? Would it be low intensity, medium intensity, high intensity? Where would you put it?
I would say medium intensity because you're still getting that cardio and getting your heart rate up.
And when students are in the class, do you have the opportunity to observe them?
Yes, I do.
How often do you recall being able to see Tammy in class while she was clogging?
The whole time I'm observing all of the students, making sure there's no falling behind, that they're able to keep up with the steps that I'm teaching. And so I am constantly watching the students that way.
From your recollection, do you ever recall her falling behind in class?
No,
Do you ever recall any issues with her getting tired?
no,
Any issues at all that you recall with her ability to perform the clogging and keep up with the class?
no.
Now, with respect to any other activities, did you have any other activities that you were involved with, Tammy? In?
I did.
What were those?
So I attended a high fitness class in St. Anthony, and I stood right next to Tammy in that class, and that was my first time going. I was not the instructor at the time. I was just a participant, and I stood right next to Tammy in that class.
And for the jury's sake, will you just kind of elaborate, what did you do in high fitness class?
So high fitness class is very high intensity. You're doing burpees, a lot of jumping jacks, explosive movements to really get the heart rate up.
And you said you were standing next to her in class.
Yes, I was.
How often was that class held?
2 times a week,
How long was each class?
60-minute class.
Did Tammy, as you recall, attend that regularly?
Yes.
What time frame do you recall attending that class with Tammy relative to her death?
It was about late September of 2019.
And what did you observe, if anything, about Tammy's performance in that class?
Nothing like, so I observed that she was able to keep up in that class and was doing those high intensity moves like the burpees and things like that. And she was able to keep up with that class as well.
And just as a comparison, how different was high fitness than clogging in terms of intensity?
So high fitness is very high intensity. Clogging is still that cardio workout, getting your heart rate up. But as far as like the up and down movements, clogging, we're still moving at a fast pace. And
You. So just based upon your personal observations overall with what you saw in Tammy in those classes and the interactions at school, let me withdraw that and go back. With respect to your interactions at school and at work, did you have any occasion to observe anything that would give you clues about Tammy's health?
no,
So did you withdraw based upon what you observed in clogging and in high fitness? Did you ever see anything that would give you any questions or concerns about how healthy she was?
no,
Did you ever see anything about her struggling or not keeping up?
no, not at all.
Did she ever express any concerns about how she was feeling?
No,
And at these classes, did you talk to her regularly?
I did. Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you tell me, again, when did these clogging classes start?
It was the end of August, early September, and they ran every week. And that was the year 2019.
So it was once a week.
Yes,
And let's say you started in September, so there were a total of 5 classes that Tammy attended before she passed away. Would that be fair?
yeah, correct.
5 classes.
Yes,
Okay. And the same thing for the other activity, the high intensity. She only went to one of those though, right?
I could tell she went to more of those. I just attended the one class for my first time.
Well, you don't know whether she attended more. You only saw her at one of those high intensity classes. Isn't that true?
So yes, I did see her
Okay.
and
Now, I don't want to disparage anybody, but would you describe Tammy's figure as being a body of someone who was extremely fit?
I would say she was a very fit woman.
You'd say she was a very fit woman. Okay.
I would.
Now, you know her daughter Emma, right?
Correct.
And her daughter Emma went to the one high intensity class with her as well, right?
Correct.
And that's the only time you saw Emma and Tammy at the high intensity class that one time, right?
So Emma was a participant as well in my clogging class.
And I'm going to get to that. Emma would stand with her mother at the back of the clogging class and participate in that as well in the very back of the room, right?
Right.
Right. And how many people were in this clogging class?
There were about 7 total.
Okay. And again, if I understand, the clogging classes were twice a week and about the same time, September until Tammy passed in October, right?
Correct. The clogging class was once a week.
Oh, the clogging was once a week? Oh, I'm sorry. I had it down for twice. It was only
The
once a
high
week.
fitness class was twice a week.
Oh, but the high fitness, you only saw her there once. The clogging, you saw her for all 5 or 6 of the classes she attended that time, right?
Yes,
And her daughter Emma was there right next to her the whole time, correct?
correct.
So if there were any issues, you're in the front of the class. If there were any issues with her mother, Emma would probably be the best judge of whether there were issues with her mother and her activity and participation level. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
Okay. Now you said you worked at the school. You worked in the cafeteria or the food service portion of the school.
yes,
Tammy was a librarian. You also know that Emma was teaching at that school as well, right?
right.
And it was frequent in her usual practice for Emma and her mother to get together every time they had an opportunity to do so, right?
Objection, Your Honor, that assumes facts, not evidence.
Stan,
Are you aware that whenever there was any free time during the school hours, that it was always Emma and her mother who would spend the majority of the time together?
Yes.
All right, nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
all right. Can you recross?
Just a couple of questions, if I may, Your Honor.
Very well. I'm sorry, redirect, Mr. Wixom.
Which may judge. Ma'am, just very quickly, regardless of the cross-examination. does-
Judge, I'm going to object.
That's argumentative
Yeah, fair enough.
question.
With respect to the questions that you were just asked, is there any doubt that you have in your assessment of watching Tammy in clogging class and her performance?
There's no doubt. No.
So you are confident in what you've told the
Asked and
jury?
answered.
Overruled.
You are confident in what you've told the jury about your personal observations about Tammy and how she performed?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Any need to recall the witness from the state or the defense?
Not from the defense, Judge.
Not from the state, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. That concludes your testimony in the trial. Thank you for appearing. You may go ahead and step down from the witness box. And you're released from any subpoena. All right, the state can call its next witness.
Judge, at this time, the state would call Shanna Miller.
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, the witness has been sworn. I'll just have a few questions before we begin with the examination. This trial, Ms. Miller, has been live streamed and publicly available for viewing. Have you observed or watched any of the trial testimony that's taken place?
No, I have not, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Have you discussed with anyone else their testimony they've given in the trial?
No, I have not.
All right, thank you for that affirmation. Mr. Wixom, you may proceed with direct.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. Will you please state your full name for the record?
Shanna Miller,
Will you spell it, please?
SHANNAMILLER,
And where do you live?
St. Anthony, Idaho.
And what do you do for work?
I have been retired for the last year and a half, but previous to that, I was a school teacher for 34 years.
What school did you teach at?
Central Elementary in Sugar City.
During your time teaching at Central Elementary, do you recall working with Tammy Daybell?
Yes, I do.
And did you become aware back in October of 2019 that she'd passed?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury how often and in what way did you interact with Tammy at your work?
I was actually on the committee that interviewed Tammy for a job position at our school back in the spring of, I believe it was 2017. She was hired to be our computer specialist and our librarian. She also helped out with the lunch count, checking the kids in as they went to lunch. So I was her colleague after we hired her. I also attended a high fitness class in St. Anthony with her and her daughter twice a week.
And what was that high fitness class?
It's called High Fit. It's a high intensity workout that lasts an hour. It consists of burpees, jumping jacks, lunges, squats, planks, all set to music.
And how often did you attend that class?
At the time, I was attending twice a week.
Do you recall how often at the time, prior to her death, Tammy was attending the class?
Yes, she and her daughter started attending, I believe it was the spring of 2018, and they attended up until her death in October of 2019.
Were they regular attenders?
Yes.
When they came to class, did you have opportunity to interact with Tammy or observe how she was doing?
Yes, I was on the back row, so all I needed to do was look over. Yeah, I had opportunity to observe them.
Would you feel like you had a good vantage point typically?
Yes.
What observations, if any, did you make about Tammy's performance in that class?
Well, it is a very rigorous exercise that's highly aerobic. And at first, it's hard for anyone that's not in great shape to be able to have the stamina and the strength to be able to complete it. And at first, they weren't able to complete all of the exercises are set to, songs. So they weren't maybe able to do all of the exercises completely correct or finish them, accordingly at first. But as time went on, I would say after the first, I don't know, several weeks, maybe a couple months, they were able to complete the workout.
With respect to, let's narrow it down to the last few months prior to Tammy's death,
Okay.
were there ever times that you saw Tammy lag behind?
No,
Did she ever stop or take breaks?
no,
Any indication to you that she wasn't keeping up in the class?
no,
Are you confident that based upon your interaction with her at the class and what you could see, that you would have observed that had she fallen back?
no.
You're not confident or?
Oh, sorry. Can you rephrase that question?
Sure.
That's long.
Any reason for you to think that you weren't able to have a good observation of Tammy and assess how she was doing?
Yes, I was able to, yes, I would be able to be confident in to say that, yes, I did.
And what about with work? I didn't ask. How often did you interact with Tammy at work?
I would see her probably, I would say every day, sometimes several times a day. Uh, and when I took my kids to library, that was once a week. Computer lab was once a week, maybe twice a week. Can't remember for sure. And then every day as I took my kids into the lunchroom, she'd check the kids off as they came through the lunch line. I would see her then.
Based on observations at work, do you feel like you were able to make any observations about her health or fitness from what you saw at work?
I would say from the time that she started the fitness class, her confidence level in herself, I think her overall image of herself, I think it had improved. She looked like she was in great health and in great shape to me.
And in terms of observing her doing her daily duties at work, did you ever see her get tired or worn out?
No,
What was your reaction when you first learned of Tammy's death?
complete shock
Why is that?
because hours before that, I had seen her at work and she was happy, healthy, conversing with the kids as guess the last time I would have seen her would have been, the kids were going through the lunch line. She was conversing with them, complimenting them, smiling. She seemed perfectly healthy to me.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wixom. Cross-examination.
Good morning, Ms. Miller.
Good morning.
So your testimony is that you first started with the interview process of Tammy in the spring of 2017. Is that right?
Mhm.
That means that she would have started her first year in the fall to start as her job as a librarian. Would that be fair?
Of 2017?
Of fall of 2017.
Yes, I
So-
believe that is correct.
Okay. You're not sure though. It could be 2018.
Well, if I did the math correctly, she was in her second year of teaching. The second year would have been 2019 to 2020. So that would have been 2018 to 2019, the year that she started working. Yeah,
So 2018, right?
yes, it was
Yeah.
2000.
So when you say 2017, you really didn't know Tammy until the spring when you met her of 2018, correct?
I would have to do the math on that.
Okay.
Still not convinced.
Well, you know, she was in her second year of teaching at the school when she passed, right?
Mhm.
And in the first year of school, that's sort of a probationary period, right?
Yes. Mhm.
And in that probationary period is when they give you the basic benefits, the start benefits that you have to go through as part of your probation, things like life insurance and medical care and all of that. You're given that minimum plan. And then after the first year, that's when you choose to upgrade to add the additional life insurance and death benefits and all that other stuff, right?
Objection, Your Honor, this is outside the scope.
Overruled.
That's when that second year is when you start adding and increasing all of those additional benefits because you've put a year in as your probationary period, right? Ma'am?
I don't know.
Okay,
I
well,
can't
you
answer
worked
that.
there.
Yes, I did for 34 years. It was a long time ago
Okay,
when I
so.
first
30
started working there.
So you're
But
not.
I didn't up my death benefit my second year.
Okay. I'm sorry, you what?
I did not up my death benefit the second year that I
Okay.
taught.
But that's not an uncommon thing to up your death benefit in the second year after you get that eligibility, right?
I couldn't answer that.
Right. And you said 2017, but really it was 2018 when you first met her in the spring, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Okay. And we had a previous witness who talked about these high intensity classes. And you're telling me that these high intensity classes started when?
They started attending, when they started attending or when they started.
When they started?
The instructor's been teaching those high intensity classes for the last at least 6 years, and she was teaching Zumba before that.
Okay. So your testimony is that you met Tammy in the spring of 2018. And ironically enough, that was exactly the time she started these high intensity dance classes at the same time, right? And that's how you became such fast friends, right?
No, I became friends before that at school.
Okay. With Tammy at school?
Mhm.
She wasn't working there.
Well, shortly after she started working there, obviously we became friends.
Okay, and that was, she started working there in the fall of 2018 as the full-time librarian, didn't she?
Yes.
Okay. So isn't it true, ma'am, that the high intensity classes started in September of 2019?
That they started in 2019? No, no, she had been attending for at least 9 months prior to that.
Okay,
Actually, it was more like a year and a half because she had started, I remember she'd started in the spring because her and her daughter had expressed that they wanted to get in shape for a 5K. And
okay,
so some of my coworkers said, well, you should come to High Fit and
okay,
that will help you get in shape. And that would have been in the spring. So she did it that spring and then that fall, then the following spring.
okay. So in the spring of 2008, when you first met her, uh, basically what happened in the very first spring when you were interviewing her, she signs up for high fitness. She decides she's going to do a 5K. She's going to do all of these
No,
things.
no, we
Let me
hired
finish
her.
My question,
Well,
please.
Mr. Pryor, problem is it's argumentative, so just ask a question, please.
I didn't hear an objection from the prosecutor, Judge.
I know, but in fairness, it's in the long line of argument that she started responding. So just please go with questioning on cross.
And you would agree with me that Emma was there for all of the times that Tammy was involved in that class. Would that be fair?
I believe so.
Okay, so Emma was standing next to her the entire time, right?
They worked out next to each other.
Okay. And did you watch Tammy the entire time that you participated in these high intensity exercises?
Off and on. I mean, you're always looking around, seeing, what everybody else is doing, if they're following the instructor.
And how many participants were in these high intensity exercise classes?
Uh, It would depend. There could be as few as 15, as many as upwards of 24 to 30, depending on the night.
Do you know Kelsey Harris?
Yes,
Okay, friend of yours?
no. Well, coworker, colleague,
Okay, you don't go to any classes with her, right?
no.
Okay. So how would you evaluate, if you were to make a determination, would you say that Tammy Daybell was very fit?
Yes,
So she had a low body fat, she had a petite figure, is that what you're telling me?
you don't have to have a low body fat or a petite figure to be highly fit, but what I observed is that she had the stamina from the time she started to the fall that she passed. She had the stamina to be able to complete those rigorous
Okay,
workouts.
okay. Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
Redirect, Mr. Wixon.
No, Your Honor, we would excuse the witness.
All right, that concludes your testimony. Thank you very much for appearing today. Released from any subpoena, and I'll ask the state if they've got another witness to call.
We do, Your Honor. At this time, we would call Jennifer Geisler.
I'm sorry, Judge, I missed the name.
Jennifer Geisler.
I swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
All right, good morning, Ms. Geisler. Before we commence with examination by the state, I just have a few questions now that you've been placed under oath. This trial has been broadcast on a court YouTube channel and publicly available to view. Have you observed any of the trial testimony since the case began?
I have not.
Okay, have you discussed with anyone else the testimony they've been in the trial?
I have not.
Okay, thanks for your responses. Mr. Wixom, you can inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state your full name for the record?
Yep. Jennifer C. Geisler,
Will you please spell that?
JENNIFERCGEISLER.
Thank you. And where do you live?
I live in St. Anthony.
And where do you work?
I work at Central Elementary.
What is your job there?
I'm a first grade teacher. Yep, first grade.
How long have you worked at the elementary school?
It's been about 26 years.
I want to draw your attention back to the summer and fall of 2019. Do you remember working with Tammy Daybell?
I do.
Can you explain to the jury, well, first, did you have interactions with Tammy at work?
I did. She was our librarian.
Could you please explain to the jury how often or frequently you interacted with her and what capacity?
I would probably see her at least every day going back and forth in the hall. I took my class to library once a week. And so it's stop and talk. Frequently, probably about 2 to 3 times a week, I ate lunch with her. Our first grade team eats lunch first and we go into the lunchroom, our teacher workroom, and Tammy usually would come in and eat with us.
How would you describe your relationship with Tammy just overall?
Just friends. We were good friends.
And while working with her, what did you observe about her personality overall?
She was just super friendly, always bubbly, happy. She was a person that you would like to be around.
Was that the case in the late summer, early fall of 2019 before she passed?
Yeah. Yep.
And did you ever do anything or associate with Tammy outside of school?
I did.
What did you do?
So she came to, it was a high fitness class that we had up in St. Anthony, and twice a week I had invited her and Emma to come up and give it a try. And they came up and joined us. It's about an hour twice a week at night. And so they came up and exercised with us.
Was she regularly attending the class after you invited her?
She did
Did she come both classes each week?
most often.
When she was in class with you, did you have any opportunity to observe how she was doing in class?
So most of the time I was up in the front row. Tammy and Emma are in the back row. So I didn't get to see them through every song, but some of the songs you turn around and you can see they were always funny and giggly back there and would sometimes add their own moves into the songs with them. And then at the end of the class, my sister and I go back and we kind of check everybody out. I punch her base cards. And so as they come through, could talk to Tammy and Emma as they came through.
Did Tammy ever make any comments about how she was doing in class?
She loved it. She always thought it was just fun.
Did you observe how she was performing? Did she seem to be keeping up in the class?
Yeah, she did. Like when they come through, usually when you finish, you're pretty sweaty. And as she came through, she was as sweaty as everybody else.
Do you recall ever seeing any times where she had to take a break or got short of breath, anything like that?
Not that I recall.
When was the last time that you personally recall interacting with Tammy?
It was the Friday right before she died.
What was that interaction that you had with her?
I ate lunch across the table from her.
And what observations, if any, did you have of her health that day?
Just like a normal day. She was healthy, happy, talkative. She was sitting by her son, Seth. He was substituting that day. And just a normal day.
What was your reaction when you had learned that she passed?
I was super surprised
Why?
that she had passed
Why?
because she was just so healthy just the day before, and I was just talking to her.
And then last question, based upon what you observed, do you think you had enough opportunity to see Tammy in class and how her performance to have a fair assessment of how she was doing?
I do.
So had she fallen back or gotten tired, do you believe that you would have seen that?
Yeah.
How far away were you from her in the class typically?
You know, I'm terrible at distance. I was like, she's probably 3 rows back. And it's just in their small little elementary gym.
Do you feel like you could see her well?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right. Cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning.
About what time did Tammy and Emma sign up for the Zumba class?
Mhm. I don't remember the exact day.
Okay. Do you remember talking to Officer Mattingly about that?
I do.
Okay. Would it surprise you to learn that you told Officer Mattingly that Tammy had been in the Zumba class for around 4 months?
Yes, I think
About what you said?
that's about what I said.
Okay. You also told Officer Mattingly that you didn't know whether Tammy was doing the high workout or the low intensity workout. Remember telling him that as well?
I remember telling him I didn't get to see her with every song, but as I turned, you could look back that way.
Okay. And you were in the front row, right?
I am.
And Tammy was in the back row.
Yes.
So in order to see Tammy, you would have had to purposely turn around and observe her, right?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, Emma was at every single one of the classes with her mother, correct?
Yes. She would come with her mom.
Now, you first met Tammy when?
When she started teaching or was our librarian hired at our school.
2018?
If that's when, I can't remember when she was hired.
Okay. You mentioned that you guys were such good friends. You never went over to her house, though, did you?
No, just like school friends.
Oh, school friends. So you would just talk periodically during the day, right?
Right.
And teachers are busy. They have to take care of their students, correct?
Yep. We have our downtime at lunch.
Right. But the reality is that most of the downtime at lunch, it was Tammy and Emma who were spending their time together at almost every lunch. Do you recall that?
So Tammy would come in and sit with us to eat. Emma taught 3rd grade, and so her lunch was a little bit later in the day.
But they would spend time during the lunch hour together, right?
Possibly, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Judge, I don't have anything else. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Redirect?
May I have just a couple of questions?
Yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, just to be clear, are Zumba and high fitness class the same class?
So that's, I was checking because I had talked to him before about Zumba. When I had asked Chrissy just before, how long have we been doing high fit? And she had clarified that we've been doing it for 6 years. And so it was more high fit when Emma and Tammy started coming. High fit is more intense. You got lots of jumping jacks and burpees and tuck jumps, and it's a lot more physical workout than Zumba. Zumba's a little bit more dancey.
I think you just were asking questions about eating lunch with Tammy. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to observe what kinds of food she ate or how healthy her eating was?
Yes, because if I followed her through the lunch line, I always commented she took all the vegetables. I would usually follow through and skip the vegetables and take the cookies and stuff. And I had commented to her that she eats super healthy. I wish I ate as healthy as she did.
During that last several months before she passed, did you ever observe her to gain or lose any weight?
Judge, this is going beyond scope.
Ms. Sustain.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any recross?
If the court tells me where they're going to allow me to go on recross, I will.
Just on those very first comments about her testimony.
So I also must have misunderstood. So the high fitness is one class, correct?
Yes.
When did Tammy start doing the high fitness class?
So it was the same. I had just mentioned before when they had asked me that I had said it was Zumba. We had started out doing Zumba a long time ago, and then our teacher, Chrissy, has turned it into a high fit class.
Oh, so it was all the same
So it's
class.
all been high, not all the same. It went from Zumba, right? And then we stopped and then went into a high fit
Okay,
and had been doing that for a while before Tammy and Emma joined in.
so
So instead of Zumba, they were doing high fit.
that was about 4 months of that, right?
Yes, and probably longer. I don't remember, recall exactly when they started.
So it could have been a little longer, could have been a little shorter.
Not shorter, but it could have been longer
Oh, how do you know that it wasn't shorter?
because I knew they were coming longer than 4 months.
Okay. Okay, Judge, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That concludes the testimony then of this witness. Is she permitted to be released from any subpoena?
From the
Yep.
defense, yes.
From the
Okay.
state as well, Your Honor.
All right, you're released from your subpoena. Thank you for appearing and you may be excused.
Ingrid. Ingrid.
You want to get into another witness or do you want to take the lunch recess?
Your Honor, the next witness will be a little more lengthy, and so I think we would probably end up at a weird stopping point. So we would request that we maybe just break 10 minutes early.
Okay,
That would be my request as well, Judge.
I'm fine with that. We'll go ahead and take the noon recess. We'll go ahead and be in recess and let's try and resume with additional testimony right at 1:00.
All right, wait.
And I did just one thing. The other one I emailed you just has one change.
Okay, folks, thank you very much. Yeah, it's just, you know, you got. Makes both of them. And then when I turn it down, someone pretty chance. There's no way. All right, Mr. Bailiff, we could please have the jurors return to the courtroom.
Sure. All right, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We just concluded the lunch recess. The jurors are all properly seated and accounted for. We just completed a witness before the lunch break, so I believe the state will be calling another witness at this time. Who's going to be calling that witness?
I will, Your Honor. The state will call Detective Bruce Madingley.
You can call your witness. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Great, thanks.
All right, now that the witness has been sworn, let me just inquire before we start with direct. Detective Mattingly, since this trial has been broadcast, have you reviewed either in person or on the broadcast any of the trial testimony that's taken place since the case started?
No,
Okay, have you discussed with anyone else the substance of their testimony?
No.
Okay, thanks for that. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Mattingly, would you please spell your name for the record?
Last is Madingley, Mattingly.
Where are you currently employed?
Fremont County, Idaho Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed with them?
I'm going on my 23rd year.
What is your current title and or position?
Current title is Detective Sergeant for over detectives.
How long have you held that position?
I've been a detective for the last 7 years.
Have you held other positions then within the Fremont County Sheriff's Office?
I have. I've worked in the jail, worked on patrol, and as a resource officer.
Do you have any specialized training in order to be a law enforcement officer?
I do. I graduated from the Post Academy and I earned my basic, intermediate, advanced, and master certificates.
Were you working in Fremont County on October 19th of 2019?
I was.
Were you on shift that day?
No, I was not.
Did you end up receiving a call from someone about an unattended death?
I did.
Who called you?
That was Deputy Allie Greenhall.
Do you know why she ended up reaching out to you?
She reached out to me because she could not get a hold of the on-call detective at the moment.
And when we talk about an unattended death, can you explain to the jury what that is for purposes of law enforcement?
Yeah. A unattended death is any death, whether it's natural, self-inflicted, or otherwise accidental, that has gone on other than one that's not being attended to by a physician.
So if a physician is not present when someone passes away, you may respond out to an unattended death.
That is correct.
At the time in Fremont County, as a detective, did you respond out every time there was an unattended death?
No.
When would you respond out as a detective?
Depending on age, circumstances, possible signs of reasons for death, any obvious wounds or anything that might throw a flag up to whoever was on shift or taking the call.
And when you talk about whoever was on shift or taking the call, what position would that individual hold within the sheriff's office?
That would be a patrolman.
And was Deputy Greenalch a patrol officer at the time?
Yes, she was.
When she reached out to you, did you end up speaking with her on October 19th?
I did.
Did you learn who the decedent was?
Yes.
And who was that?
Tamara or Tammy Daybell.
Had you ever heard that name before?
If I had, I couldn't recall at that time.
Had you ever heard the name Chad Daybell at that point in time?
No, I had not.
When you received the call, did you end up asking questions of the deputy?
I did.
Do you recall what some of the inquiries you made were?
Wanted to know what she was seeing. And she described the scene to me and the state of Tammy and what it looked like, along with who found her and who else was on scene.
At that time, did Deputy Greenalch report anything suspicious to you?
Nothing was reported, no.
Did you provide any direction to Deputy Greenalch as far as what she should do?
I did. I requested of her to take a lot of photos, and my exact wording was to have her take a shit ton of photos.
Did you request she do anything else that you recall?
To talk with the coroner when she got on scene and discuss whether or not to do autopsy or retrieve blood.
And from your understanding, who makes the determination as to whether or not to have an autopsy performed?
Final decision comes down to the coroner.
So that is not a decision ultimately up to law enforcement.
No, it is not.
When you spoke with Deputy Greenalch, did she mention to you anything about pink foam or blood sputum coming from Miss Daybell's mouth?
No, she did not.
How many unattended deaths have you responded out to approximately?
Probably 80 or more.
And back in 2019, would that number have been a little less?
Yes.
Out of those unattended deaths, have you ever responded out to one where you saw the foam or the sputum?
Judge, I'm going to object to relevance.
Overruled.
I had not.
If you were told that, would that have impacted your decision on not responding out?
Yes,
And would you have responded out?
I would have.
Did you do anything else after you received that call from Deputy Greenalch?
I did.
And what did you do?
I called Lieutenant Joe Powell and gave him a update on the call Ally was on, knowing he was a lot closer than I was. And if somebody was going to be responding, he would be the most likely or the quickest one to get there.
And did you share with him the details that you had learned from Deputy Greenalch?
I had.
And again, based on the information you were provided from the deputy, a decision was made not to respond out.
Correct.
But it sounds like since then you'd learned additional information regarding the scene. Is that fair?
Yes,
Such as the pink foam.
correct.
Do you know who the on-call detective was that night?
I do.
And who was that?
That was Detective Vincent Kaimanu.
At some point, did you learn whether or not Deputy Greenalch also was able to get in touch with him?
She was able to, yes.
So initially, is it fair to say that on October 19th of 2019, outside of the initial response from the deputy, there was not an investigation launched into Tammy's death?
Correct.
At some point in time, did you become involved in an investigation into Tammy Daybell's death?
I did.
Do you recall approximately when that would have been?
For myself, I started about mid-December of 2019.
Do you know when Fremont County Sheriff's Office became involved?
Right at the end of October or the very first of November,
And that would be of 2019.
2019.
At the time you became involved in the investigation into Tammy's death, were you aware of any other related investigations that were ongoing?
I was.
What were those investigations?
So there were quite a few agencies involved for some different reasons. Rexburg Police Department and the FBI were looking for Vallow and Tylee Ryan. In Gilbert, Arizona, they were investigating the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, and in Chandler, they were doing an investigation into the shooting of Charles Vallow.
And we talked about on October 19th, you had never heard of Tammy or Chad Daybell that you could recall. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Had you ever heard the name back on October 19th? Had you heard of Vallow?
No,
Had you heard of Tylee Ryan?
no,
Had you heard of Lori Vallow?
no,
Alex Cox?
none,
Had you heard of Charles Vallow?
no,
So you learned of these individuals later when you became involved in the investigation. Is that fair?
that would be correct.
And would it be fair to say that it was a joint investigation?
It was, yes.
Was your focus in regards to the investigation on the death of Tammy Daybell?
It was.
Were there specific areas of the investigation that you personally focused on?
Correct. Yes, there were.
And specifically, did you look into Tammy's health?
I did.
What were some of the things you looked at in relation to Tammy's health?
So one of the things we looked at in the beginning was medical records that we were able to acquire through Seasons Medical and Teton Medical and Walmart Pharmacy.
And in talking about those medical records, you listed 3 different places. Do you know why the records were obtained from Teton and Seasons?
Those were the places that we could find that she had been to when we did our background on the prescription monitoring program through Idaho. It showed she had some prescriptions from those medical facilities, so we were able to get the records from those.
And are you personally the one that received those records?
No, I was not.
At some point, did you review those medical records?
I did.
And we talked about how you located those. And actually, I'm going to withdraw that and back up. When you reviewed those medical records, was there any indication to you in your review of health issues related to Tammy Daybell?
There were just some general health issues. She had been prescribed tramadol for some wrist pain. And then she was also prescribed fluoxetine for managing depression.
At some point, as part of your investigation, did you review statements that had been provided by Chad Daybell to law enforcement and the coroner?
I had, yes.
And were those the statements that were provided on October 19th of 2019?
Yes, they were.
When you looked at those statements, do you recall some of the things Chad had indicated in relation to Tammy's health?
Yes.
What were some of those things?
Some of them were reported as being dizzy, I believe fainting, slowing down during classes.
When you looked at the medical records, did you see any indication or reference to Tammy having any dizziness or dizziness spells?
No, I did not.
Did you see any indication of seizure or seizure-like activity being reported?
None.
Did you see any indication regarding low blood pressure?
No.
Did you see any indication that would reference or explain a slowdown in activity?
I did not.
When you looked at those statements from Chad, did you actually review the reports from the deputy on scene?
I did.
And did you learn who else was on scene or there when the initial deputy arrived?
Yes.
And who else was in the residence?
Garth Daybell.
In those reports, did you ever see Garth, any indication from Garth that he had concerns about his mother's health?
No.
Did you ever see any indication from Chad regarding Tammy having a prior history of anemia?
No.
Did you ever see any indication that Chad had reported he was concerned because of a history of heart conditions in Tammy's family?
None.
In reviewing those reports, did you see any statements made by Emma Daybell at the time of her mother's passing?
Yes. I believe her statement was that she said her mom had been slowing down in one of the fitness classes.
Did you ever get to talk to Emma Daybell?
No, I did not.
Did you make attempts?
Yes,
And she was unwilling to speak with you?
that is correct.
When we talk about the medical records and how you located those, did Chad Daybell ever tell you about any other medical providers? Or did you learn if he told anyone about any other medical providers in law enforcement?
No, there was no other mentions.
Did anyone in his family, any of his children ever provide you information regarding other medical providers to look at?
No, they did not.
Through your investigation, did you learn whether or not Tammy Daybell had some life insurance policies?
Yeah, I did.
What did you learn in regards to that?
I learned that she had 2 life insurance policies. One was through Primerica and the other one was through LifeMap.
And in relation to those insurance policies, through the investigation, are you aware if some documents were obtained from specifically looking at LifeMap?
Yes,
Did you review those responsive documents from LifeMap?
I did.
Do you recall reviewing a form titled Beneficiary Statement?
Yes,
And Your Honor, by stipulation, I believe LifeMap has already been admitted, but I have what's been marked as States Exhibit 152, which is the beneficiary form just referenced, or the beneficiary statement.
And are you referring to both the beneficiary statement and the admitted exhibit?
This is just the beneficiary statement that's been marked as 152.
Okay, and that would be a new unadmitted exhibit at this time?
Correct.
Okay,
It's just part of a stipulated to exhibit, but only one part of it, so it's been marked separately.
all right. And are you moving to admit that at this time?
I would be moving for admission.
Any objection to exhibit 152 being admitted?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, exhibit 152 is admitted.
And Your Honor, if I can, I have a courtesy copy for the court and then the actual exhibit. If I can have the exhibit handed to the witness.
Thank you. Yes.
And if you look at that, Detective Mattingly, is that a accurate copy of the beneficiary statement you reviewed?
yes,
And Your Honor, I am going to ask to publish this. I'd be publishing off the Elmo.
Okay. You're permitted to do that.
Do you want the exhibit published? I have a copy, but would you like the actual exhibit published?
Yes, please.
And Detective, I think there may be a laser pointer up there. If that's beneficial as we look at this.
Could you pull that down for a second and we'll have a quick sidebar? Redacted a personal identifier information off of that before publishing. So you can continue, Ms. Blake. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Detective, you indicated you recognize this form.
yes,
And actually, I'm going to move it up. At the bottom of the form, can you see who signed this? Or not at the very bottom, but can you see who filled this out?
Chad Daybell.
And actually also, do you see the date that he signed this?
It'll be 10/30/2019.
And again, Tammy was pronounced dead on October 19th of 2019. Is that correct?
Yes,
And then if we go back to the top.
Judge,
Yes.
I don't know what's going on, but I'm seeing motion in the jury pool.
Is your monitor not working? Oh, we got a monitor not working. Thanks for,
Looks like
somebody's-
maybe none of them are.
okay. See if we can get that sorted out. Thank you. I think that might have got, still no? Hmm. We're gonna have a tech issue with that. I don't think we can resolve that quickly. For now, I'm gonna suggest we keep moving where the jurors can still see that up there, and I'll note also you will be provided this exhibit for your deliberations if you need to reference it back.
Detective Mattingly, when we look at this form, we've already indicated it was filled out by Chad Daybell, correct?
correct.
And on there, there's a designation about when the health of the deceased first became impaired. Do you see that under the medical information?
I do, that'll be on the left.
What was the date that Chad Daybell wrote in there?
October 18th, 2019.
So the day before Tammy died is when he indicated her health became impaired?
Yes,
And I guess let me back up there. The day before Tammy was declared deceased, he'd indicated her health had started to have changes.
yes.
Can you also see the last date that she attended work?
I'll be on the right side. The date indicated that she last worked was on October 18th, 2019.
And then under there, there's a section attending physicians. Can you read into the record what Chad wrote under physician name?
Under the physician name, he wrote none. She died in her sleep.
So on this particular form, Chad Daybell didn't indicate that she was seeing any medical provider.
Correct.
Detective Mattingly, did anything on that beneficiary's form support the statements Chad Daybell previously gave to law enforcement?
No,
What else, if anything, did you do in relation to looking into Tammy's health?
I also got a search warrant from Fitbit.
And why did you end up requesting a search warrant from Fitbit?
As we were reviewing the crime scene photos, on a nightstand by Tammy's side of the bed was a Fitbit. And knowing the information that could possibly be on Fitbit, we requested a search warrant. Mhm.
Did you receive responsive documents from Fitbit?
We did.
And did you yourself review those?
I did.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 108. It is an affidavit of records from the custodian from Fitbit. I believe this is also a stipulated to exhibit pursuant to that, but I do have that affidavit for the court and would move for its admission.
All right, exhibit 108's been offered. Is there any objection?
Judge, it was a stipulated agreement to the parties that this information would be allowed.
All right, then without objection, exhibit 108 is admitted.
And Detective Mattingly, in looking at that, have you seen that document before?
Yes, I have.
And you reviewed the responsive documents that that's referencing?
Yes,
Based on your review of those documents, was there quite a bit of information?
yes, there was.
And backing up a little bit, what is it that made you get a search warrant to Fitbit or to request documents from them?
So Fitbit, in reviewing what they had to offer, we were looking for heart rate and sleep patterns and times that people are asleep, along with their activity. The reason we were looking for those is to hopefully narrow down the exact time of death or a closer period to do so.
And did you actually locate a Fitbit at the Daybell residence?
No, we did not.
How did you come to determine that Tammy Daybell may have worn a Fitbit?
So we found a picture of the Fitbit from the scene photos that Ally had taken. And then from there, we also looked into her Facebook account, which had several pictures where you could see her wearing a Fitbit.
And as part of your review of that Fitbit data, did you prepare an exhibit for today?
Yes,
Do you believe that that exhibit would aid in your testimony?
yes, it would.
Do you believe it would aid the jurors in understanding the evidence?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 108A, and I would move for its admission.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Exhibit 108A is admitted.
And similarly, Judge, this is actually going to be a jump drive, but I do have a print off as a courtesy.
Okay. Are you going to be publishing this, Ms. Blake?
Yes, Your Honor.
I think we might have tech available to come in here quickly and potentially get the jurors' monitors reconnected. Okay, they're on their way. Let's take a real quick, just stand up break and maybe the jurors can be excused to the hallway for a minute. And I'm hoping this will just be quick, but we'll see if we can get those monitors working again.
All right, please. All rise. District Court again in session.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we can have our jurors return, please.
All right, please. Here's our president got for you, Art.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on CR 22-21-1623. Completed our mid-afternoon recess. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to continue with direct, you may. I'll remind the witness you're still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
And thank you, Your Honor. I think where the state had left off is we were asking to publish, I believe it's Exhibit 108A.
And you may do that.
And Detective Mattingly, we were talking about the Fitbit information that you received. On this first slide here, can we talk a little bit about what we're seeing? What information did this provide you?
So this provided the Fitbit account for Tammy Daybell. And we looked at trying to verify the account as Tammy's. We were able to use that or do that by using her email, tammy.daybell@gmail.com. And we also used her date of birth that was inputted along with the listed friends that was on her Fitbit site, which were three of her children, Emma, Leah, and Seth.
And that information is not showing on this slide, but was additional information provided through Fitbit.
Yes.
And then on this, we see a user created. Do you see that date on there?
On the user create, the second
Yes.
one from the top?
Yes.
Yes.
What did that indicate to you?
That was when the account was created.
And then if we look down a little bit, there's a paired date. I think it's the second from the bottom. And that is a different date than the top one, correct?
Yes, it is.
What did the paired date indicate to you?
To me, that indicates the most recent device that was paired with Fitbit.
So Tammy may have had an account before, but received a new device.
She may have had a different device and got a new device. Yes,
So when she got the new device, that would create a different paired date.
yes.
And were you able to see at the bottom there, the last sync date?
Yes, the last sync date is 10/20/2019 at 20:29.
And again, Tammy Daybell was pronounced dead on October 19th of 2019.
Yes, the day before this,
So the last sync date was the day after her passing.
correct.
And this Fitbit device itself was never recovered.
It was not.
Outside of looking to assign it, who this device belonged to, and you'd also talked about you were looking to try to find information regarding the heart rate. Can you talk a little bit about that?
So we're looking for the heart rate to determine a better exact time or a closer time that Tammy passed away.
And were you able to get information regarding the heart rate from the Fitbit return?
No, we were not. The device, as it's listed up there, is a Alta device, which I learned is their base model. It'll show the heart rate as it's going on. You can sit there and look and see the heart rate, but it does not record with Fitbit.
Then I think one of the other things you indicated you wanted to look at was possibly sleep patterns or any sleep data that was recorded.
Yes.
What were you able to determine in relation to the sleep data?
The sleep data was very sparse from day to day or month to month. Like it would, for an example, this may not be accurate, but it might show on the 17th that she slept for an hour and a half. On another day, it might show 20 minutes, but on most days, it didn't record any sleep patterns.
Did that lead you to believe that she did not routinely wear it at night?
That's what it led me to believe, yes.
So ultimately, were you able to gain much information outside of learning that she didn't wear it at night?
Beyond that, that was all I could figure out.
And then what were some of the other things that you looked at in relation to the Fitbit data?
So the other things that were provided were the step counts from day to day, month to month for the year.
And if we look at this next slide, can you talk about what we're seeing here?
So these are the steps per month that was recorded by Fitbit when Tammy wore her device.
And when we see it starting with October and goes down to January and then a grand total steps, was this January of 2019 through October of 2019?
Yes,
So it's going in the opposite order.
correct.
When you reviewed this, did you make any determination with regard to those steps in relation to your investigation?
So when I was reviewing the steps, the numbers to me looked fairly big, but I didn't know what that meant as far as activity. Was it above average, normal, or below? I wasn't sure. So looking at those numbers, I was able to also research via the internet and found out the CDC recommended guidelines were recommended to have at least 10,000 steps per day. And these were the amount of steps that she took for those months.
And out of those months, was she generally above average?
Out of all the months, generally, she was above average. There were a few months that she was not.
And the months that she was not above average, was she close to the average?
Yes, she was.
Any indication to you that there were months that she severely slowed down in activity?
Nothing that was severely slowed down, no.
And when we look at that last month of October, again, Tammy was pronounced dead on October 19th in the early morning hours. Is that correct?
Yes,
So that is not the full month.
that is not a full month.
From your review of things, did it appear that she was on track to be above average for the month of October of 2019?
Yes,
Did you look at any additional things in relation to Tammy's health? Outside of the Fitbit?
Mm,
And maybe I'll back up. Did you conduct any interviews with anyone that knew Tammy?
yes, I did.
Did you conduct interviews with friends and family of Tammy?
Yes,
And through those interviews, did you learn anything that would support the statements made by Chad Daybell on October 19th of 2019 regarding Tammy's health?
no,
Generally, what did you learn through your investigation regarding Tammy's health?
found that she was reported as being very active, a go-getter.
Ms. Blake.
When you conducted the interviews, did you interview multiple of Tammy's friends or coworkers?
I did.
Did you interview some family members?
Yes,
Out of everyone you interviewed, was there any indication that Tammy's health was slowing down?
none,
Was there any indication that Tammy had seizures?
none,
Any indication Tammy had low blood pressure?
no,
Any indication Tammy had fainting spells?
no,
So from all the interviews you conducted, anything to support the statements made by Chad Daybell on October 19th of 2019?
there was none.
As part of your investigation, we talked about some life insurance policies that Tammy had. And we've gone over the life map a little bit, and I believe you already testified, but there was another life insurance policy.
Yes, there was.
And what was that one?
Primerica?
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 122. It's my understanding that this is being admitted by stipulation, and it contains the business record certification.
All right, exhibit 122 has been offered. Is there any objection? All right, it'll be reviewed by council.
And I will indicate there's a copy for counsel, the court, and a courtesy copy for Your Honor.
Thank you.
And Detective Mattingly, I'll just have you look through those pages. And do those appear to be an accurate depiction of documents you reviewed?
They are.
And in relation to the life insurance policies, were you able to determine the total amount of life insurance on Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
What was the total amount of coverage?
So on the Primerica insurance, it was 300,000.
And do you recall in relation to Life Map what the total was?
130,000.
And when you looked at those policies on the Primerica, was Chad also an insured?
He was.
What about the Life Map? Was Chad also an insured? Only Tammy?
Only Tammy.
Who was Tammy's beneficiary for the Life Map?
Chad Daybell.
Who was Tammy's beneficiary for Primerica?
Chad Daybell.
Through the investigation, were you able to determine if that life insurance was ever paid out?
Yes.
And what did you learn?
I learned both of them had been paid out
And who were they paid to?
to Chad Daybell.
I have no further questions at this time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Which one?
I guess I maybe do just need to clarify, was that last exhibit admitted?
I don't think we actually got that admitted on the record, so you reviewed it. Is there any objection to it being admitted? We've now discussed.
I just don't know if we officially put that in the record, so I would move for its admission.
Thank you, Ms. Blake. It is admitted now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Let's try that again. Good afternoon.
There you
detectives.
go. That sounds great. Thank you. Good afternoon.
You mentioned that you had reached out to speak to the family members, the immediately family members, and you know who those are, right?
Yes,
You know about Emma,
I
right?
do.
What are the dates and times that you tried to reach out to Emma to talk to her about this case and the Fitbit and all of that?
I'd have to go back and look. I couldn't tell you that.
You have
exact date.
notes to go back and look that could refresh your recollection?
I might, yeah.
Okay, those at the prosecutor's table?
Yes, they are.
With the court's permission, could I allow the detective to refresh his recollection?
Yes.
Your Honor, could I ask for that last question to be repeated back?
Go ahead.
Could I have the one before that? Thank you.
And it'll be the one before that, I think, too. Thank you.
I
You
don't
ready?
have those dates.
I'm sorry?
I don't have those dates.
Oh, you don't have any dates in your notebook reflecting that you tried to speak with Emma Murray?
No,
Do you have any recordings or any body cams or anything that would help you in determining whether you actually ever did talk to Emma Murray?
yes, those were recorded.
Those were recorded?
Was recorded, yes.
Attempts to talk to Emma Murray?
Yes,
Okay, but you don't know the times.
I don't.
You don't know the frequencies. The frequency with which you talked to her, how many times?
I talked to her one time.
Do you know what time that was?
It would have been in the afternoon after school.
Yeah, what month was that?
No, that was so long ago, I can't tell you an exact month.
Okay. You approached her after school?
I did.
Okay. Did she try to talk to you?
No,
And that was recorded, you said?
yes,
And how was that recorded? By body cam or an audio?
audio.
And you still have possession of that audio?
Yes, we do.
Let's move on to Garth. How many times did you try to talk to Garth?
I was not assigned to talk to Garth.
Okay, so you never spoke to Garth
That
about
one I
any of
did
these.
not.
You didn't talk to him about this Fitbit or anything else, right?
No,
Okay. And you're the one who was the responsibility to do the research and the investigation on this Fitbit, right?
yes,
Okay. Okay. And as far as the insurance is concerned, on their mother and Chad, that area was within your exclusive purview as well. Is that correct?
we shared that.
With who?
That would be with some of the FBI to review the numbers.
Okay, but essentially you were the contact guy and the initial guy to look into it. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
Mhm.
So you didn't talk to Garth. What about Joe Murray?
no, that he refused as well.
Okay, he refused? When did you try to talk to him?
I did not.
Okay,
We split those assignments up.
okay. Okay, so Emma Murray is Chad's daughter, right?
Correct.
And Joe Murray is married to Emma, right?
Yes,
Okay, and you know Joe Murray because you went and the family you're talking about, you talked to Ed and Charlene Murray, right?
I don't know if I've ever met Joe, but I have.
I
met
didn't ask you
Ed.
that. I asked you whether you talked to Ed and Charlene Murray
That one, yes, I have talked to them.
and you interviewed them, right?
I did.
So when you're talking to the prosecutor about contacting the family to discuss this, really what you're talking about is the Emma's in-laws, right?
In addition to, yes,
In addition to who else in the family?
talked with Sam or Tammy's sister, Sam,
Okay,
and her husband, Jason.
okay. They didn't live in proximity to Chad, right? They didn't live within cllose proximity of
Close
Chad.
proximity? No, they did not.
Okay. And you're aware that Emma lived kitty corner from Chad's house, right?
At the time, yes. Mhm.
You're also aware that Emma and Tammy had a very, very close relationship, right?
I've heard that, yes.
Right. And Joe lives kitty corner with his wife Emma, directly kitty corner from Chad's house as well. Right?
Correct.
Okay. And you're also aware the other person you didn't talk to was Garth. And Garth actually lived with Chad and Tammy for a significant amount of time. You remember that?
I do.
You didn't talk to Garth though, right?
No,
Okay. And then Chad's other child, Seth. Did you ever talk to Seth?
no, I did not.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Chad's daughter, Leah?
No,
Did you ever talk to Chad's youngest son, Mark?
no,
Okay. But the last three, Garth, Seth, Leah, and Mark, you didn't even reach out to try to talk to them, did you?
I did not. That was for
Okay.
somebody else to do.
Okay. But nobody else reached out to talk to him either. Are you aware of that?
No, I believe they did.
Okay. I guess we'll see then, right? So the interesting thing I noted was that on the map, I think the MapQuest insurance, it talked about the last known health issue, right? Remember that when the prosecutor brought that up with you?
I do.
Right, and he put down October 18th, right?
Yes,
Right, and you were aware by reviewing Officer Greenall's report that that was the night that Chad talked about Tammy throwing up and having cough fits, right?
yes,
So that would have been the last known health issue that she would have had the night before she passed away, right?
Objection, Your Honor. This misstates the evidence.
Sustained.
You're aware that Chad had to take care of Tammy in the middle of the night because she was having fits and throwing up the night before she passed away, right? Officer?
Pardon me. That's what I had heard, yes.
Okay, all right. Now, you reviewed the medical reports, correct, of Tammy Daybell?
I did.
And those were pretty sparse reports, right? Teton was only a couple of pages, right?
Yes,
Right. And on Teton, the first page, and the jury will have a chance to look at that, it talked about Tammy's anemia, right?
as a past history, yes.
Or anything in the future that Tammy's anemia was ever cured or resolved. You never found any information about that, did you?
None was disclosed as being
Right.
resolved. It was just listed as past, meaning to me, it's done, it's over.
Well, you don't know if it's done or over. Are you a doctor?
I am not.
All right. Do you know whether anemia could actually be cured or not?
Through an online search, it says, yes, it can be.
Okay. But it takes a certain amount of medication, it takes a certain amount of treatment, takes a certain amount of prescription drugs and a series of treatment to at least stabilize it. That's what you read, stabilize it, right?
No, I didn't read that about stabilizing.
Well, the question is, where's that medical history that she treated it and cured it?
I don't have that.
Well, you don't have it because it doesn't exist, right? Correct?
I don't know if it exists or not. We just don't have that.
Okay. But what you do have is that Tammy had a habit of not wanting to go to the doctors to get treatment for anything, right?
Objection, Your Honor. States facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Are you aware that Tammy did not like to go to doctors and didn't like to get treatment for various medical maladies?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
You can answer that, sir.
Would you repeat the question, please?
Tammy didn't like to go to the doctor, right?
Correct.
Okay. And at the time that she was discovered to be dead, are you aware of all the herbal and medicinal medicines that were in her cabinet at that time?
Yes,
She was doing a lot of self-treatment with oils and herbs. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. Okay. She was also taking Prozac as a result of that, right? A result of some depression, excuse me.
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the evidence.
Sustained.
Were you aware that she was taking fluoxetine?
I have difficulty with that as well. Fluoxetine.
Fluoxetine, thank you.
Yes,
I'll say it wrong 10 more times and everybody's watching me say that, right? Fluoxetine. You were aware she was taking that.
yes,
Generic form of Prozac.
yes.
And that was for depression. And in addition to taking the fluoxetine, she was also self-treating with essential oils, with herbs and a variety of other remedies, self-help remedies. You're aware of that as well, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
I'm asking if he's aware of it, Judge.
Overruled.
Are you aware of it?
Yes,
Okay. And you're also aware that at the time that Chad was interviewed, he was sobbing, he was crying, and he was emotional, right?
I heard that.
Yeah. And at the time that he was still able to say, listen, she had fainting spells, she had dizziness, she had all of those conditions that she described in Officer Greenall's report, correct?
Yes,
Now, your wife dies and you discover her because she falls out of the bed. You call 911 and then police officers start interviewing him.
Objection, Your Honor. That's a narrative. The state would move to strike.
Sustained.
So Chad's sobbing and crying, and you're expecting him to recite exactly what her medical history is at the time that he's emotionally distraught about his wife's death, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative, and it's a narrative.
Sustained.
The fact that that Chad Daybell was sobbing, would that be a position in your experience where someone would be able to effectively provide information about their medical history and all of the things that may have been going on with their wife?
Through my experience, yes.
Oh, so when someone's emotionally distraught, they're able to recite everything in your experience, right?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
And then we have Garth Daybell, who was described as quiet and reserved. And there really was no effort to talk to him, right? Right?
That I don't know.
Okay. And as someone who's going through shock as described by, Brenda D, would you expect that he'd be also able to dictate or explain to you what his mother's health history is?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
You can answer it.
Given time, yes, through my experience.
Given time, right? After he gets over the fact that they discovered their mother dead on the floor, after that, you give him enough time, he could probably get around to it, right?
Yes,
Okay. You don't know how much time that would be though, right?
it varies from individual.
But your experience doesn't tell you that it's instantaneous, right?
Correct.
Right. Just like Chad Daybell sobbing, it's not going to be an instantaneous answer, is it?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Now, on the life insurance policy, the Primerica account, let me know when you're ready. Good. Okay. On the life insurance policy, that Primerica account for the 300,000 was established in 2002, right?
April, I believe, yes, 2002.
And on that life insurance policy in 2002, Chad had one for Tammy, right?
Yes,
And Tammy had one for Chad.
yes.
And the beneficiary in the event that Chad passes away would have been who?
Tammy,
And in the event Tammy passes away, the beneficiary would have been Chad, right?
correct.
Okay. And they set that up back in 2002, correct?
Yes,
And there was no action on that, right? No other modifications or changes of any significance, correct?
correct. Mhm.
Okay. And then we go to the map, I'll forget the word, MapQuest, I think it is.
Life map.
Life map, I'm sorry.
No, you're,
Life map, thank you. On Life map, initially, the insurance was set at 50,000.
initially, yes.
Right. And as part of your investigation, were you able to determine that that 50,000 was the base that was available for someone in their first year of employment at the school district?
Yes,
Okay, so Tammy was automatically given the initial 50,000, right?
yes, she was.
And then after the first year, that's only where she would have been eligible for the additional upgrade to the rest of the insurance, correct?
She would be available, or she had that option to do so.
Right. She could have done it or she could not have done it.
Yes,
And that's very cost-effective insurance. Did you look into that?
it is.
Very inexpensive, right?
It is.
Okay. Now, you talked about not being able to locate the Fitbit. Can you tell me who was wearing the Fitbit on the 5 or 6 months that you put those numbers up on the board?
I cannot. Mm.
We don't know who was wearing that Fitbit. We don't know if it was Emma, right?
We don't know.
You didn't talk to Emma. You don't know who was wearing it.
I do not know.
You don't know how it was used or how it was. What you're doing is you're explaining to this jury that what you have are basically numbers, right?
I do have numbers.
And what you don't have is you don't have who was using it, how they were using it, or when they were using it, correct?
We know when they were using it.
Okay. Now, I know that you talked to Ed and Charlene, right?
Yes,
So you have some insight a little bit about Tammy and her use of that Fitbit, right?
I do.
Right. And as part of that, you were able to learn that there was a family competition when it came to the Fitbit. Remember that?
I do.
And do you remember when Charlene mentioned on the recording that you taped, and thank you for recording it, that Charlene said that she would go to bed at night and she'd be.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
Were you able to gather some information as to the competition between Tammy and the rest of the family regarding the Fitbit?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
Okay, you can answer.
Yes,
And at this point, you were also able to determine, as a result of this competition, that certain activities took place. Certain people would go to bed at night being ahead on their Fitbit device. You learned some information about that?
yes,
Okay. And through your investigation, you learned that that person was Charlene Murray, right?
correct.
Okay. And you also learned as a result that the next morning, surprisingly, Charlene would find that she was now behind on the Fitbit race, right?
Yes.
And do you recall which family members were involved in this so-called competition?
So if I remember correctly, it was Ed and Charlene and Tammy.
Okay. And in interviewing the Murrays, Ed and Charlene, this was a little bit of a, Tammy was a competitive person,
That's what I understand. Yes.
didn't like to lose. Right?
Yes, correct. She did not.
Okay. But you don't know how that Fitbit was used when you calculated these numbers, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know who was using that Fitbit and running those numbers up, right?
I do not.
And you also don't know the manner in which those Fitbit numbers were accumulated on the particular device. Is that correct?
Correct.
Judge, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, that concludes cross-examination. Ms. Blake, if you'd like any redirect, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Mattingly, you've indicated it's fair to say this was a joint investigation.
Yes,
Which agencies were involved?
we had members of the FBI, Rexburg Police Department, Chandler, Arizona, and Gilbert, Arizona, along with Fremont County.
At some point, was the Attorney General's office also involved?
Yes, they were.
And when it came to, you were asked a lot about interviews with Chad's children just
Yes.
now.
Yes,
And I think you'd started to say that different duties were split between different agencies and investigators. Is that fair?
that is fair.
Did you review and discuss the case with other officers?
Yes,
Based on your investigation and your understanding, did any of Chad's kids come forward with information?
Overruled.
Did any of Chad's children voluntarily come forward with information?
not one.
Do you recall attempting to speak with Emma about the results of her mother's autopsy?
Yes,
Would that have been around sometime in February of 2021,
it could have been, I don't know.
sometime after the autopsy results were received?
After the autopsy results, yes.
Was Emma willing to hear about those results?
No,
Was Emma willing to speak with you?
she was not.
Did Emma provide you any information about her mother's health at that time?
Nothing.
You were asked about knowing that Tammy didn't like to go to the doctor. Do you know where that information originated?
I believe that came from Chad and his children.
You didn't personally know Tammy. Is
I
that
did
correct?
not.
So the only information you had to go on is what was provided by Chad and or his kids.
Yes,
And you were asked similarly if Tammy would self-treat with homeopathic medications or other things. Do you know where that information originated?
that'd be through Tammy's family, Chad and her children.
So you don't personally know whether or not she used those homeopathic medicines
I
or
don't,
treatments,
I don't.
just what's reported by Chad and his children.
Yes,
Then talked a lot about the Fitbit. On that first slide, we saw that it was registered to Tammy's Gmail. Is that correct?
It was.
And I think you'd also mentioned seeing Tammy wearing that in Facebook photos. Do you recall that?
I do.
Any reason to believe Tammy wasn't using the Fitbit?
I don't.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask if I can be handed State's Exhibit 152. Your Honor, it's previously been admitted. I would ask to be allowed to publish it.
You may.
Trying to make that a little easier to read. You were asked about Chad telling individuals on October 19th that his wife had become sick the night of October 18th. Do you recall defense counsel talking to you about that?
I do.
And then you were asked about the form and where he indicated October 18th of 2019 was when she first started having symptoms.
Yes.
And I know that's difficult to read, but under the medical information, can you read what is above where he wrote October 18th, 2019? And if you can't, I can have the exhibit handed to you.
No, I believe I can make it out. When did health of deceased first become impaired?
So it indicates when did the health first become impaired? Correct?
Correct.
And what was Chad's response again?
October 18th, 2019.
I have no further questions.
All right. I don't know if we got outside the scope of any direct or cross, so I'm going to deny recross. That'll conclude your testimony then. Is this witness going to be recalled by the state potentially?
The state would reserve the right to recall Detective Mattingly.
Okay, so Detective Mattingly, you remain under subpoena. You may be recalled to testify in this case because of the court's exclusionary order. Please refrain from viewing any of the evidence that is presented going forward between now and the time you take the stand. Don't discuss your testimony or others' testimony between now and then, and I'll ask you about that when you retake the stand.
You wish.
All right, thank you. All right, the state can call its next witness.
The state will call Detective Kaimanu.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, the court would note as the state's case agent, Detective Kaimanu is not subject to the exclusionary rule, so I won't make my normal inquiry. And Ms. Blake, you can proceed with your direct if you wish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Kaimanu, can you please state your name for the record?
Vincent Keone Kaimanu. Last is Kaaiakaamanu.
Where are you currently employed?
Madison County Sheriff's Office.
And I've been calling you detective, but what is your current title and or position?
I'm currently the Chief Deputy for Madison County Sheriff's Office.
At the time you were involved in this case, was your title detective?
Yes,
Are you okay if I call you detective today?
yes.
Where were you employed prior to working in Madison County?
Fremont County Sheriff's Office in Idaho,
How long were you employed with them?
about 18 years.
What was your title or position when you left the Fremont County Sheriff's Office?
I was a sergeant over detectives and school resource officers.
And what position did you hold prior to that?
I was a regular detective and then a patrol deputy prior to that.
Do you have any specialized training in order to be a law enforcement officer?
I do. I went through the Idaho Post Academy. I currently hold my intermediate, my basic, my advanced, and supervisor certificate. Throughout the years, roughly around 2,500 hours of training, and training is always ongoing.
And in October of 2019, you were working in Fremont County, correct?
Yes,
And what was your title at that time was detective?
yes.
Do you recall if you were working on October 19th of 2019?
I was the on-call detective that night.
Do you recall missing a call that night or
Yes.
in the early morning hours?
Yes.
Why did you miss that call?
Earlier that night, I was called out to assist Idaho Falls PD in an Officer Walls shooting incident.
Do you recall approximately when you were called out to assist in that?
Around 11 o'clock PM on the 18th.
And when did you finish up with your assistance in that matter?
I got home around 4:30 AM.
After missing that call, at some point, did you end up making contact with the deputy?
I did.
And who was the deputy?
Deputy Allie Greenholge.
Did you learn why she had called you?
I did.
What did she call you about?
When I made contact with her, she informed me that she was on an unattended death.
And as the on-call detective, did you always respond out to an unattended death?
No.
When would you respond out?
We would respond if there's anything suspicious after talking with the deputy that's on scene. We'd go over certain things. If there's anything out of the ordinary, any forced entry, anything wrong with the body, anything that was suspicious to them and out of the ordinary.
When you returned that call, well, let me back up. And what is an unattended death?
An unattended death is a death that's not under a doctor's care.
Is it typical for law enforcement to respond out to an unattended death?
At that time for Fremont County, not all the time.
And if someone did respond out, was it generally a deputy to start with?
Yes,
And then if necessary, a detective would show up.
yes.
When you returned the call to Deputy Greenalch, did you learn if she'd been in touch with anyone else?
I did. I was informed that she had contacted Detective Madingley. Madingley?
When you reached back out to Deputy Greenalch, did you ask her questions?
I did.
What were some of the things you inquired about?
Kind of just what I spoke about. I asked her if there's, again, anything out of the ordinary, any forced entry into the house, anything that was different with the body that she thought was suspicious, things of that nature.
At that time, did she inform you of anything suspicious?
She did not.
And did you learn whether Detective Madingley had made the decision to respond out?
I did.
And what did you learn regarding that?
That he did not respond either.
Do you know if there was anyone else on scene or anyone else that arrived?
Later on scene, I found out that Deputy Coroner and the Coroner of Fremont County was also on scene.
And who is it that determines whether or not an autopsy is performed?
The Fremont County Coroner would be the one.
And the Fremont County Coroner was on scene to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that on October 19th of 2019, outside of the initial response, no investigation was opened into Tammy's death?
Yes,
And had you heard the name Tammy Daybell before October 19th of 2019?
no,
Had you heard the name Chad Daybell?
no,
Had you heard the name Lori Vallow,
no,
Alex Cox,
no,
JJ Vallow,
no,
Tylee Ryan?
no.
Subsequent to October 19th of 2019, did you become involved in an investigation into Tammy Daybell's death?
I did.
Do you recall approximately when you became involved?
I got involved with Tammy Daybell's death approximately around March of 2020.
Do you know when the Fremont County Sheriff's Office became involved?
They received a call for assistance of an Arizona PD, Gilbert PD, October 31st, 2019.
When you became involved in March of 2020, were there other related investigations pending?
Yes,
What were those?
there was the homicide of Charles Vallow in Chandler. There was the search of the two missing kids, JJ and Tylee, and the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux.
Is it fair to say that this became a joint investigation?
Yes,
Did you assist with other aspects in those or some of those other investigations that were related?
yes.
Specifically, which ones did you assist with, or which one?
My main focus was Tammy's, and then I did assist with locating and helping with JJ and Tylee.
As part of your investigation into Tammy's death, did you review an incident that had happened earlier in October of 2019?
Yes,
Do you recall the date of that incident?
that was October 9th, 2019.
Were you personally involved in that investigation on October 9th?
I was not.
So after the fact, you looked into that.
Yes,
As part of that, did you review police reports?
I did.
Did you also review a call into 911?
I did.
And did you review a dispatch call?
Yes,
And do you recall what the nature of the report from October 9th of 2019 was?
it was a suspicious event, and our deputies were dispatched to that.
And did it involve a report of a gun or a paintball gun being pointed at someone?
Yes,
And Your Honor, I believe both of those calls were admitted into evidence yesterday, and I was going to see if I could get both of those exhibits. And Your Honor, those have already been admitted as exhibits. I'm going to ask to publish State's Exhibit 232A.
232A can be published.
911, where's your emergency?
Yes, so my mother-in-law, who was in Columbus, had just gotten home about 10 minutes ago, was unloading her car, and she thinks a man, but she's not 100% sure she didn't see, because they were wearing ski mask, came up to her, put the table and gun, they started shooting at her. It wasn't loaded, and it didn't, he didn't know they came out of it. But he kept asking what he was doing, he would respond, and then suddenly after she pulled out with her husband, he ran off.
Okay, what's the address? Are you there? Hello? Are you still there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, now I can hear you. What's the address?
It's 199 North, 1900 East, Rexburg, Idaho, 83440. That's my address. She lives in Big Corner. I don't know what her address is.
Okay, I need her address. What's her location?
I think it's 201, I think is her address.
201 North 1900 East?
North. Yep.
Does she know which direction he ended up running?
We headed east, back behind the house.
Okay, and did she give you a description of the clothing?
I didn't get one from her. I can follow that.
What is your name?
My name is Joseph Murray.
Okay, is this a good phone number for you?
Yep.
Okay, I am sending a deputy out to your mother's home.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And Your Honor, I would next ask to publish State's Exhibit 232B.
You may.
I apologize. Now I'm having tech issues.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 49 minutes, 20 seconds.
Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
Hi, I need to report something.
Okay, go ahead. What's the address?
Okay, at 202 North, 1900 East, the corner with the blinking yellow light on Salem Highway.
Is it a suspicious person?
Yes.
Okay, what was he wearing?
He was all dressed in black and he had a ski mask on.
And he's at the blinking light now is where you saw him?
No, he's gone now because I pulled up into our driveway and I was getting stuff out of the back seat of my car and suddenly he was there and he had a paintball gun and he was and he was going to shoot at me. And I kept asking him what he was doing because I could tell it was a paintball thing. And then he just kept doing it. So I yelled for my husband and then he took off running around the back of my house.
Okay, give me just 1 minute. Stay on the line with me.
Okay.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 28 seconds.
And that was North 1900 East?
Yes.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 43 seconds.
In what direction he was going? He went behind my house and it showed dark out there, and I just was in the house and got my husband and son, and then they went out and looked, and he was long gone by then. So he was on the north side of my house, is where he went to get away. Okay. He didn't say anything, or he just kept like he was holding the gun, like he was, had a rifle and just shooting at me. So, but nothing came out of the gun either, so I don't think it was loaded. Okay, and what is your name, ma'am? My name is Tammy Daybell. Okay, I will pass your information on to my deputies. We actually just had a previous call about this individual, so they're out in the area looking now. Okay, yeah, I think it was my son-in-law who lives diagonal from us that called you guys already. Oh, so okay. Just wanted to make sure it got reported. So, let's see. And what's your son-in-law's name? Joseph Murray. Okay, yep, it was him. Okay. So, all right, I have a deputy that will be out at your home here shortly. Okay, thank you. Yep.
And I can hand those back to the bailiff, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Detective Kaimanu, do you recall reviewing those calls?
Yes,
And particularly, there's the call from Tammy Daybell into dispatch, is that correct?
yes,
And she describes the incident.
yes,
Did you hear how she referred to the weapon?
yes.
How did she refer to it?
When she first called in, she referred to it as a paintball gun. Throughout that conversation with dispatch, she also describes it as a gun and a rifle.
Did you also, I think you've already said, but did you review the reports in relation to that incident?
Yes,
Are you aware of a search that was conducted on an apartment associated with Alex Cox in Rexburg?
yes,
Were you part of that initial search?
I was not.
At some point, did you learn of some firearms that were recovered during that search?
I was aware.
What, if any, action did you take in relation to those firearms that were recovered?
From my understanding, those firearms were taken by Rexburg PD for safekeeping. After the search warrant was served, they could not leave those there. During the investigation on the attempted shooting on Tammy Daybell and then her death, I ended up writing a warrant to seize those weapons and bring them into Fremont County for evidence.
Did you in fact seize those firearms?
I did,
Do you recall photographing one of the firearms?
yes.
Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 281A. I have a copy for counsel, a courtesy copy for Your Honor, and the exhibit. I would ask that the witness be shown a copy of the exhibit.
Thank you.
And Detective Kaimanu, do you recognize that firearm?
Yes,
Is this in fact one of the firearms that was seized?
yes, it was.
What about this particular firearm caught your attention, if anything?
The ones that were seized, this one, to me, looking through them, resembled or could be looked at as a paintball gun during this incident of the attempted shooting on Tammy.
And Tammy had also used the word rifle.
Yes,
Is this in fact a rifle?
it is.
Did you take this photograph?
I did.
And is it an accurate depiction of the firearm seized?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of State's Exhibit 281A.
No
Any
objection, Judge.
All right, Exhibit 281A is admitted.
And Your Honor, I would ask to be allowed to publish.
You may.
And Your Honor, just to have a clear record of it, the state had begun to publish our copy. I've swapped that out and we have published the official exhibit,
Okay. thank you,
but it
Ms.
was an exact copy of it.
All right, we'll note the actual exhibits now being published for the jurors.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Kaimanu, I believe there is a laser pointer up there if that's helpful. You indicated that this could resemble a paintball gun. I want to talk to you a little bit about your experience with paintball guns. What experience, if any, do you have with paintball guns?
Growing up, I shot paintball guns all the time. And then getting into my law enforcement career and getting on the SWAT team, we utilize paintball guns and paintball rifles that are set up similar to AR-15s for our training.
And what experience do you have with assault rifles?
Again, before my law enforcement career, I'd shoot them. And then once I got into law enforcement, we were issued a AR-15 and we would train with them. We train with them in SWAT training and we go to the range and shoot.
And you talked about that you were issued an AR-15. What is different between this and an AR-15?
So this rifle that you guys are looking at is actually a 6.5 Grindle. The ones that I was issued is an AR-15 that shoots 223s or 5.56. So the caliber is just that different. The lower is all the same. You just need to switch out the upper.
And based on your experience with both assault rifles and paintball guns, what part of this firearm did you believe could appear to be a paintball gun?
So if you look right here where this scope is, it is on the top of the rifle. On a paintball gun, the hopper is sometimes off to the side a little bit, just right about there on the rail. But in my experience, they've made paintball guns so advanced now that it could be on the top or on the side.
And do they make some paintball guns to resemble assault rifles?
Yes.
And what is the hopper on a paintball gun? What's the function of the hopper?
The hopper on the paintball gun is where you put your paintballs inside, and that's what holds them. And when you shoot them, that's what comes out of the barrel.
And we will come back to that exhibit in a bit.
And Judge, could I have again, a reminder of what number that was again? I have a 281A, is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
As part of your investigation, we talked earlier that on October 19th of 2019, you had not heard the name Alex Cox. Is that correct?
Correct.
At some point, did you learn the name Alex Cox?
Yes.
And was that through the investigation?
Yes.
Who was Alex Cox in relation to Chad Daybell?
Alex Cox was Chad Daybell's brother-in-law.
And before Chad and Lori were married, what was the connection between Chad and Alex?
Before they were married, I couldn't tell you.
So Lori Vallow is the connection between the two?
Lori Vallow.
And ultimately they became brother-in-laws?
Yes.
As part of the investigation, do you recall looking at an account, some searches done on a Homer J. Maximus account?
Yes.
Who was that account associated with?
Alex Cox.
And and you did review some of the data in relation to some Homer J. Maximus searches, correct?
Yes, I reviewed some of it.
Did you review the whole thing?
I did not.
Did you focus on a specific time frame?
Yes.
And what time frame did you focus on?
Roughly around the time of the shooting or the attempted shooting, excuse me, on October 8th, 2019, and a few days after that.
Is it fair to say that there were quite a few searches on this account?
Yes.
And were there other searches on the days that you reviewed?
Yes.
In preparation for your testimony today, did you create an exhibit?
Yes.
Do you believe that the exhibit would assist in your testimony today?
Yes.
Do you believe it would aid the jurors in understanding?
I do.
Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 107B. Similar to others, it is on a jump drive, but I do have courtesy copies of the slides printed for counsel, the court, and Your Honor. And I would ask that the witness be shown the printed out 107B.
Thank you.
And if you could look through those slides, Detective. Do those appear to be an accurate depiction of the PowerPoint created?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of State's Exhibit 107B.
Any objection?
Judge, for demonstrative purposes, there won't be an objection.
All right.
And Your Honor, this is a summary exhibit.
Okay, as a summary exhibit, Exhibit 107B has been admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would ask permission to publish.
You may publish.
And Your Honor, I have the HDMI cable plugged in, but this is not my screen showing.
Okay, we will see.
And Your Honor, I'm just looking at the time. I will indicate it's still not showing my screen.
Yeah.
And so where it is 3:17, I don't know if the court would like to consider convening early today, and I will work with IT to make sure that I have it ready for tomorrow.
I do
Judge, there
think,
won't be any objection to that. I
okay,
understand.
thank you. It does make sense. We've got some kind of a tech gremlin going around this afternoon. We'll try to sort that out for tomorrow. Council, and I know you had it just working, so we'll work with tech. So with that, we are going to conclude evidence for the day. Council, as we do that, and for the jurors, I want to indicate some information on our schedule going forward. Tomorrow, well, I'm going to hear some motions outside the presence of the jurors this afternoon. Once we come back on the record after the jurors have been excused, I'm inclined, well, I believe I'll be able to make rulings tomorrow morning on those motions. That may take a little bit of time, so my proposal would be to start evidence tomorrow morning at 9 with the jurors instead of 8:30. Is the state okay with that?
That's fine with the state, Your Honor.
No objection, Judge.
Okay. In addition, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we've got some court staffing issues leading us to take one of our days off next week. And since we know that already, in order for you to make any plans you might on a day off, I'll advise you that we are not going to be conducting court on Tuesday, which I believe is April 30th. That will be a day without trial next week. Otherwise, our schedule will remain as it's been going forward. So that'll be the schedule upcoming in the next several trial days. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, then before we conclude for the day again, please make sure to follow the court's continuing admonition to not investigate the case, watch media or news coverage of the case. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else until you return tomorrow. Thank you for following that admonishment each day. And again, I'll leave it to the marshals who arrange for your arrival times to modify that if it needs to be for the morning, where the jurors won't need to be here for evidence until 9 o'clock. So thanks everyone in the courtroom also for following the courtroom conduct order. And with that, we will go ahead and conclude for today.
All rise, please.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Council, in terms of going back on the record for the motions, let me just first clarify, the two motions in limine will go on the record, you. Thank you. The motions in limine are still at issue and to be argued. Is that correct? Sorry, Ms. Blake.
No, that was my fault, but I did just realize we still have the witness on the stand. Would the court like to excuse him from the stand?
Yeah, well, I'll be very quick here and then
Okay.
we'll all just break for the day.
Yes,
But
I believe we're ready to move forward on those motions in limine, and Mr. Wixom will be addressing them.
Okay, I am going to take a quick break then between now and the time we argue the motions, council. And then if those in the courtroom want to watch the motions, those are, we've determined to be public motions. I'm going to suggest we start those in about 20 minutes at about 20 till 4 to argue those motions, as well as the issue that brought the court raised about designating any victims in the case. So that'll be our schedule. We'll take a 20-minute recess here, come back on for those motions. Thank you.
All rise.
All rise, please. District Court is again in session. The Honorable Judge Stephen Boyce presiding. Thank you. Please be seated. Log on here. All right, we're on the record again on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We've got three separate motions to take up this afternoon, actually two motions. One is a notice from the court on a issue relating to designation of victims. So as a first initial comment, I'll just make, we did get these motions in limine under seal, and I did find it was appropriate to have them sealed for a couple of reasons under ICAR 32. First, we were at the time we did not yet have a jury seated and impaneled, and we do now. Secondly, there are still some unredacted personal identifiers contained in some of the exhibits that go with the motions. And for that reason, I've determined we'll hear the motions argued here in open court. That part will be part of the public record at this time. The motions in limine, and I'm referring to a motion in limine filed in the case under seal March 4th and another on March 14th. Those motions themselves are at this time going to remain sealed probably through the duration of the trial, but would likely be unsealed afterwards once appropriate redactions are also entered. So that's just the posture of how we're going to argue things today. In addition, as I mentioned, we had the issue that came up on the court issuing an order with a request that we discuss the designated, if any, victims for the case for purposes of both sorting out the exclusionary rule and who that applies to, as well as any potential victim impact statements that may come into play in the case. So there are two motions from the state, and I don't really necessarily have a preference as to what order we take those up in. Maybe we could start with the designation of victims in the case and then move on to the motions in limine. Who would be arguing, if there is any argument for the state, in terms of whether or not a designated victim would be appointed in the case for those reasons? So who from the state will address that?
I can, Your Honor.
All right. The court did send out a notice, basically just requesting clarification of that, where we're at in this stage of the proceedings. I'd like to know if the state is intending to make any designation of victim. Victims are designated by Idaho Code 195306, as well as the State versus Shackelford case does some analysis of that. We dealt with that in our previous trial. Other victims simply qualify based on familial relationship, but the designation is something that needs to be determined by the court. So Mr. Wood, if you'd like to address that, I'll hear from the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. In terms of designated victims, or I think trying to remember the terminology used last year, but the victims who stand in the place of someone else, we would ask again that Kay Woodcock be allowed, as she was in the last trial, to stand in for Charles Vallow. Last year, Summer Shiflett had been a designated victim representative for Tylee Ryan. This year, that would be Annie Cushing, who actually has the same relationship to Tylee Ryan, just through Tylee's biological father, Joseph Ryan, who's deceased. Other than that, all the victim information would be the same as it was in the co-defendant's trial.
Okay, and to be clear then, the Annie Cushing would be the sole designee, right? We're not asking for multiple designated.
We're not asking for multiple designees. There would be other victims related to Tylee Ryan, such as her brother Colby.
Okay,
But in terms of the designee, just Annie Cushing. That's it.
okay, thank you. Does the defense have any input or statement or argument on the issue, Mr. Pryor?
Judge, as far as the designation of Kay Woodcock and Annie Cushing, I don't think I have an objection to that.
Okay, counsel, without walking through, I would incorporate the analysis. It wasn't in the other case, but we did an analysis through an order in the case previously. I think I've got a printed copy of that order here. In case CR 22-21-1624, State of Idaho versus Lori Vallow, some of the same people here. And in that memorandum decision and order talking about and the court's order excluding witnesses and reviewing both Idaho Code 195306 and State versus Shackelford 155 Idaho 454. The court incorporates that analysis and without objection would determine that Kay Woodcock would remain as a designated victim in the case and not subject to the exclusionary rule. Also permitted to make a victim impact statement if the case ends there. And that becomes an issue. In addition, that Annie Cushing, based on that relationship that's been not objected to, the court also finds it's proper as a designated victim under both the statute and the Constitution. So I'm trying to recall, I think there may be a form through the prosecutor's office that victims form that a victim witness coordinator would provide or something, but I'll make the record here on this ruling. And then if there's any follow-up we need of any further submission, we'll either advise the state or the state can just get that filed.
And it was my understanding that those had been filed, but if they have not, or if there's any clarifications needed, we will certainly take care of that.
Okay, that will conclude that issue then as it relates to defining victims in the case. So then we've got remaining the motions in limine, and I'll note that there are two separate. There's a motion in limine filed March 4th, 2024, and that relates to a proposed statement the state seeks to introduce relating to a statement made from a witness, Janice Olson, regarding Tammy Daybell's life insurance coverage. The other motion was filed March 14th, titled the second motion in limine, and that as it relates to statements the state wishes to introduce through testimony of witness Janet Anderson relating to alleged statements about Tammy Daybell being called, quote, or that she is a zombie is the quote. So why don't we start procedurally then with the earliest filed motion first on the life insurance and Janice Olson, and I'll hear your argument on that, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you. Would Your Honor prefer that I do it from the table or the podium?
The table's fine, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you. Your Honor, I won't assume that given the breadth of this case and the time that's passed that the court has these motions memorized, but I do intend to simply provide a brief overview and then respond to any questions or inquiries the court might have.
All right.
Judge, with respect to this first motion to eliminate, I think as explained in the motion, Janice Olson was a coworker of Tammy Daybell's at the school that she worked at. Apparently, at least a friendly acquaintance, if not a friend, someone that she had lunch with and visited with and talked to. Janice Olson, back in, I believe, May of 2020, was interviewed by Detective Bruce Madingley. In that interview, she had explained to Detective Madingley that by her timeline, her best estimate, roughly, I believe it was a month before Tammy passed was the time that she attached to it. She and Tammy had been visiting at the school, and Tammy had made I'll characterize as a passing comment to the effect that my husband wants me to up my insurance. Something to the effect of, I'm getting closer to retirement, but he wants me to up my insurance. Subsequent, we believe to that, and perhaps the application was filed before the conversation. We aren't certain, but they were clearly close in time because this occurred the first part of that school year. An application was submitted to the appropriate administrator at the school that was signed by both Chad and Tammy that effectively requested an increase of life insurance from the school provided $50,000 to add an additional $80,000 that was an optional coverage that Tammy would have to pay for. But that application, in fact, was submitted, signed by both Chad and Tammy. The state believes that if the court does rule that this evidence that would come in the form of Janice Olson's testimony, repeating what she had heard from Tammy, which includes a statement from Chad, that if the court rules that it is admissible, that it would be relevant on a number of grounds. One would be, it would be relevant on the insurance fraud charges, because it would simply show that Mr. Daybell, it would support the factual showing that Mr. Daybell, in fact, did up the insurance, then did go forward with the plan through a conspiracy, take Tammy's life, and then made the claim that insurance, and in fact did receive a claim check for the full amount. If a jury were to find that, then clearly Mr. Daybell, under Idaho law as cited in the brief, would be precluded from taking that benefit under what's called the Idaho Slayer statute. You cannot take someone's life and then financially benefit from that. So it's relevant to that point. It's also relative to the conspiracy to commit murder charges and the murder charges, in that it would tend to show an intent, motive, plan of Mr. Daybell and or his co-conspirators to take the life of Tammy Daybell. Your Honor, we understand in this context that Ms. Olson's testimony about what Tammy said her husband had said has two layers to it. The first layer would be Mr. Daybell's statement about wanting Tammy to up the insurance. That, we believe, would not come in under the hearsay, would not be prohibited by a hearsay objection, because under the rules of evidence, it would be a statement by a party opponent and specifically excluded from the definition of hearsay. So as we've laid out in the brief, we don't believe that there really is any basis for hearsay objection to exclude that statement on that element. Now, the second layer would, of course, be Tammy's relaying to Janice Olson that my husband said I wanted the insurance up. To the extent that is a statement from Tammy to Janice, we believe that under the Idaho Rules of Evidence 803(3), that would be admissible by this court as a statement that Tammy did in fact make as to her own mental and physical state. We believe that's true for a few different reasons. Effectively, we believe that when Tammy tells Janice, my husband wants me to up my insurance, she is in that same breath effectively indicating that that's not necessarily her wish. She is just communicating her husband wants the insurance. That, Your Honor, I think is reflective of Tammy's intention or lack of intention with respect to a desire to increase the insurance. To some extent, it likewise goes to Tammy's feeling of good health. I think generally there's a tendency for people to maybe increase life insurance if they feel like there's more likely to be a claim, if there could be a health issue. If someone is feeling healthy, they might be less likely to worry about increasing and taking on a cost for life insurance. So I do think there's some element and aspect of this that does show Tammy's self-perception as to her health. But it certainly goes, I believe, to distinguish her intent from Mr. Daybell's intent. And that is important because, Judge, we believe that in this case, and I have no doubt with the case overall, this court is familiar with State versus Abdullah, another Idaho death penalty conviction. Likewise, I suspect the court is also familiar with State versus Radabah, both cited in the brief. They both stand for the proposition that statements of a victim may be admitted for purposes to help explain, well, really for explanatory circumstances as to either a defendant and or the victim. And that can come in the state's case in chief. It can come as a response to a defense. If offered in the case in chief, that line of cases does indicate, specifically State versus Abdullah, that it could be relevant in a case in chief if, for instance, something is said even during law enforcement investigations or things come up in trial. So in other words, the state doesn't effectively have to wait until the defense puts on their case and then try to offer such evidence. If the state can reasonably foresee and successfully argue to the court that an issue that would trigger relevancy to the statement has been raised already, the state could put it in its case in chief. In this particular case, we've already heard evidence as this case has started that Ms. Daybell was on fluoxetine, which is a depressive drug, a drug to treat depression. And that's one issue that the state can offer to refute a potential defense that there could have been any inclination by Tammy to take her own life. Moreover, as the court knows from today's testimony and is well aware, there is a dispute as to whether or not Ms. Daybell died from natural causes. We've all known that from the beginning of this case. With respect to the statement about Mr. Daybell wanting to up his wife's life insurance coverage roughly a month before, in fact, she passed, that helps go to refute any argument the defense has and will continue to put on that Ms. Daybell died from natural causes, because it does show a motive, an intent, a plan for Mr. Daybell to take her life. It's a financial benefit, a financial motive behind it. Now, I think in the ordinary course of life, many couples, married or not, or partners, whomever might have life insurance needs to cover one another, it might be a normal part of financial planning to sit down and decide, do we increase the insurance this year? Do we need to do this? And so I think that's a plausible argument that the state needs to foresee and be able to meet with evidence. And I think that the statement from Chad that I want to, or we should increase your life insurance that was made to Tammy goes to help deal with that issue, to show it wasn't necessarily a normal financial planning issue of a couple. Tammy didn't say we should. She didn't say, you know, Chad said this, and I think I agree, and we ought to. She simply relayed, Chad wants my life insurance upped. That at least has evidentiary value to refute this idea. It was just a natural financial planning conversation that occurred between a couple. And now, certainly, many inferences can be taken from that type of a statement. But, Your Honor, that is something that should be left to the jury. That's something that a jury should decide what weight to attach to that statement. And arguably, there are reasonable inferences both ways. But we do believe very strongly that it's relevant enough that it should, in fact, be presented to a jury. We believe, as we've explained in the brief, that this evidence should overcome an IRA 403 objection. If, in fact, the court does allow this evidence in, then there would be nothing improper under the State v. Floyd case, as noted in the brief, about letting a jury to decide whether or not there's guilt or innocence based upon a statement made by the defendant. And a statement that may well go to motive, may well go to intent, may well go to plan. That's not an improper basis for a jury verdict to be rendered. So really, under 403, we believe that we will overcome any substantial prejudice argument. Your Honor, I've cited case law in the brief. Likewise, I think it's Michigan versus Bryant, a U.S. Supreme Court decision that addresses a potential confrontation clause objection. The test in that context is whether or not at the time the statement was made, let me back up, the analysis this court has to perform on that objection is whether or not that statement comes within the definition of testimonial evidence. The case as cited basically gives this court the factors to look at to determine that would be at the time the statement is made, was it intended to be used in any kind of legal or court proceeding? That's effectively what the test is that this court is called upon by the case law to look at. In this instance, we think that that's a clear no. This statement from Tammy to Janice, as made from Chad, was made roughly a month before Tammy even passed, long before charges were even brought. There's no indication at that point that Tammy would have any idea that any kind of criminal charges or proceedings would be initiated. And so frankly, we do believe under that test, there simply is no viable confrontation clause objection to be had against the evidence. Judge, I think that that is a nutshell overview. I'm happy to try to address any specific questions or inquiries the court may have, but I think that captures essentially what the state's argument is in this situation.
All right, thank you for the argument, Mr. Wixom. I do have the briefing. I don't have any specific questions for you at this time, so I will hear from the defense. I would note we did receive an objection from the defense filed on March 7th. Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to argue in opposition, you can do that.
And Judge, can I have permission to remain seated?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor, for that. Judge, this is one of the concerns that I have primarily. You know, we're talking about Mr. Daybell allegedly making a statement to his wife. And then allegedly Tammy Daybell taking that statement that she heard from her husband, relaying that to a third party, and that third party then getting in court and testifying about that statement. That's Judge, that's riddled with a lot of complications. And I don't agree with counsel saying that it's an exclusion to the hearsay rule. If you look at the present 803, I believe it was 803.3 that counsel cited.
It was.
Judge, that has nothing to do with a statement about whether someone wants to get insurance or not. Has nothing to do with it. And as creative as Mr. Wixom would like to be in terms of suggesting that somehow that has anything to do with my current medical, emotional, or physical condition, it doesn't. Getting medical insurance or getting life insurance or whatever the case may be is an issue that deals really exclusively, it's a financial issue. Do we want to spend the money to do this? Do we want to invest in this? The other issue, Judge, is it's abundantly clear by the testimony from Officer Madingley. The minimum was $50,000. And at the time they wanted to up the insurance, it was the first opportunity for them to be able to do that. And they chose in an inexpensive way to spend money to do that. But what this in essence is going to do is it's going to create a confrontation clause issue in a number of ways. But primarily the problem is also that what it's going to in essence do is it's going to require Mr. Daybell to have to respond to this because there's nobody else who can respond to this. And you're putting them in a position where the prejudicial impact of making that statement has to be balanced against Mr. Daybell's right, constitutional right to remain silent and not offer any testimony. By allowing this to come in, we're jeopardizing that right for Mr. Daybell. The other issue, Judge, is this, is that the prosecuting attorney has had this information from what I understand for 3 or 4 years. And as the trial is starting and as the trial is progressing, they file a motion in limine while the trial is already commenced. And if the court recalls that back on the, close in time,
Before the trial, but
Right.
it was in March. It was March 4th.
okay. But the difficulty, Judge, is this, is that at the last motion in limine that they brought, the court said you're getting tired, or at least you're growing weary of all of these motions in limine. They had ample time to bring this up. And the prejudice to counsel, defense counsel, is significant. Because how, the jury could easily read that and say, oh, the grand conspiracy. Mr. Daybell must have said that to Tammy. Tammy must have said that to this witness, and now this witness is going to testify about what she said. Judge, there's no way for me to defend that. There's no way for me to challenge that short of putting Mr. Daybell on the stand unless there was somebody else. And I haven't had sufficient time, nor will I have sufficient time to even investigate whether there were other people involved or other people who heard this. So again, Judge, aside from the hearsay issues, and it doesn't fall under 8033, Judge, aside from the confrontation issue, Judge, the prejudicial impact that it would have on this case and the bias that it would present greatly overstates the significance of the value of this information. And I think that it would put Mr. Daybell in a very prejudicial place and force him to make decisions about how we're going to tactically proceed to address that. And I just think at that point, Judge, I think the court would be making a mistake by allowing the prosecutor to bring this forward and do that. And again, it's riddled with hearsay issues as well.
All right. Mr. Wixom, any rebuttal argument?
I believe very briefly, Judge. First, as to the argument that this is some kind of a last minute attempt or approach, the defense did point out that the state has had this for years. I'm sorry, the state has had this information for years, but so has the defense. This was disclosed back to the defense by my records, July of 2020.
Well, but there's so much information, Mr. Wixom, and like putting somebody on notice of what statements that are, non-party statements or non-direct statements. It's the timing of putting them on notice in a motion in limine. I think that in fairness, just because it may have been disclosed somewhere, I do have some concern with the timing. I'll just address that.
And well, with respect to Your Honor, I understand that. I would simply just point back to the cases cited in the brief. I understand it's the court's discretion how it handles, it treats motions in limine. I think in the case law, and certainly in my experience, motions in limine are often not brought until during trial. Often they're brought before trial, and I understand that. We do believe that we simply argue to the court that because of that disclosure, the defense shouldn't be caught off guard, respecting what the court just said, and I'll leave it at that. Your Honor, I do want to go back to Rule 8033. That exception does not just address physical, but perhaps that's all I raised, but also addresses emotional and mental state of the victim. And so a mental state such as an intention to increase or not increase insurance, or a statement about physical health. I don't necessarily need to increase the insurance. My husband wants this done. So I do think that 8033 does clearly apply. Judge, with respect to some of the other arguments as to what this does, the state is here today because we believe we have a lot of prejudicial evidence against the defendant. That's why the charges have been brought, and that's why we're spending the time in the trial. To argue that just because a piece of evidence is prejudicial, it should be excluded. Well, Judge, that's the nature of a criminal proceeding. Now, we don't believe that it substantially outweighs the probative value. There are some cases cited in the brief, particularly with respect to things like graphic murder crime scene photos that the courts have repeatedly ruled that even though they are highly prejudicial to the defense, they are nonetheless admissible by the state for the purposes of meeting their high burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And so the arguments that are being made by the defense in that regard really are weight questions. They're arguments that he can be making during closing argument. Certainly, he can also address this issue of suggesting that it forces the defendant to take the stand simply is not correct. The defense counsel certainly has the ability, and we've seen him perform so far in this case, to cross-examine witnesses, and he would be able to address this through cross-examination of Ms. Olson. So it doesn't force or back the defendant into having to take the stand to defend himself. But really, in addition to that, in any criminal proceeding, a defendant is effectively put in the place, or if they choose to meet any given piece of evidence, they may just have to make their own strategic decision whether they wish to waive the right to remain silent and defend themselves or not. And so I don't think it's an unfair argument to be made by the defense. I just don't think that they should succeed in that argument in this situation. This court can see from the record that this defense attorney is very aggressive with cross. He's very thorough. He's prepared. So I really think the state would argue to Your Honor that it simply isn't a viable argument to object upon. Under the confrontation clause, I've already cited that case law. I believe that the state I'll rest on that issue and let the court make its decision, but that's all I have.
And Judge, Mr. Wixom brought up a couple things, and I just want to touch on one matter if the court gives me some
You may,
leeway.
go ahead.
And Judge, quite frankly, 404B is designed to give us notice and give us an opportunity to address these very issues. 404B does not apply to defense attorneys. It applies to the prosecution, and there's a reason for that. And the reason for that is that you don't want to get sandbagged by some motion close to or near the time for trial, and they bring up some obscure fact that says, yo, by the way, we're going to use this, and we're not going to give defense counsel an opportunity to do that. So I don't know where the good cause is to show that they are able to get around this and say, for 4 years, we've had this information, and on the eve of trial, we're bringing this forward. And on the last note, I appreciate Mr. Wixom saying that about me on national TV about my skills. I don't necessarily agree with him completely, but it was very kind of him to say that.
All right, well, a couple of comments. First, I'm going to take the matter under advisement. I'll get an oral ruling for you tomorrow morning. 8:30 is the planned time to do that on this issue. I'll note that I don't think that 404B is implicated in this. However, under 403, the question the court looks at, it's been argued a lot of different ways here, but it's right in the rules, whether or not probative value is substantially outweighed by unfair prejudice. So not everything gets to be weighed by the jury if the court makes a balancing determination, even if it is admissible, and if the court determines that probative value would be substantially outweighed by unfair prejudice. So I am going to take that one under advisement. In terms of the next motion, counsel, I'd like to hear argument on that. I don't want to reiterate or go back into 403 balancing other matters we just argued on the first motion to the extent they apply to the second motion, but it has its own unique issue and a separate brief filed by the state, and the timing as well is different. So this is the March 14th motion, second motion in limine in relation to a state's seeking introduction of a statement by a witness, Janet Anderson, quote, "She is a zombie," as it relates to Tammy Daybell. With that, Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to present argument on that motion. And I will note on that motion, I believe the motion referenced exhibits that I don't think were ever received by the court. And I'll look, if they're not in by now, I'm finding them untimely and won't consider. If this is the motion I'm thinking of, did not have attached exhibits, but otherwise I understand the content and context of the motion, so you can argue it.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I think I can be more brief. I don't have any desire to be redundant, but I would first note to the court, this is actually a two-part motion. There are two witnesses with two statements. The court has accurately reflected that we're seeking an order allowing us to introduce testimony from Janet Anderson, a school secretary, who indicated that she heard a conversation between Tammy and another coworker where Tammy indicated that her husband said she is a zombie, and that Tammy, after that, said, "I'm not a zombie," and appeared to be laughing that off and walking it away. And that was relatively close time to the time of Tammy's death. The second statement, to be clear, is a statement from a witness, Pam Peebles, who is a school teacher at the school, who was interviewed back in May 2020. And she did give a statement. She's what we'll call a health witness. We have anticipated calling her in preparation for testimony just a couple of months ago, relative in time to that we filed the motion. She actually, on her own fruition, made an additional statement where she says that Tammy told her that this is the best I have ever felt in my life, and she was excited about getting ready for a race. Now, she indicates that that was told to her by Tammy on the Thursday before Tammy passed the following Saturday, 2 days later. Judge, we believe that those statements are both admissible. We do understand the timing issue, but in this situation, we're not sure the state could have provided them in a more timely manner. We did provide them before trial. Those two pieces of information both came up in trial prep in roughly early March. Rather than going through all the applicable rules, I would just make one quick argument. While certainly I understand the objection the state or the defense may make as to the timeliness and ability to respond, in these situations, I don't think the defense or frankly the state in other situations are left in any different position than if any given witness says something brand new on the stand during a trial, which we've all seen happen many times, that no one had ever heard before. They would be left in that position where they would simply have to respond on the fly. They don't have to do that here. And in this case, very close in time after these were disclosed, relayed to the state, they were disclosed to the defense, albeit a few weeks before trial, but at least the defense has had the benefit and no less benefit than the defendant or the state did to respond and figure out how to handle this evidence. And so I'll just leave my argument at that. We do believe that both of those pieces of evidence should be admitted to trial.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wixom, and I will note I'll incorporate, of course, in any decision, the briefing that was supplied as well. Mr. Pryor, as to the second motion in limine on the proposed introduction of statements, quote, "She is a zombie" from Janet Anderson, and then Pam Peebles, the health witness, statements, "This is the best I've ever felt in my life," or "excited about getting ready for a race." You can pose any objection you have at this time.
Judge, one of the concerns I have is that these disclosures took place while Mr. Wixom was interviewing these witnesses for their trial prep. Now, that could be addressed potentially in cross-examination, but the difficulty is, again, the appearance, Judge. The appearance that Mr. Wixom is talking to witnesses and doing this, and suddenly they make these disclosures. The first one with, I think it was Janet Anderson, heard a conversation. That's problematic on a number of levels, Judge, and it's problematic that she heard a conversation and she's going to relay a conversation that she heard. That in itself brings up another of evidentiary rules, and then I'll let the court do the analysis as far as hearsay analysis on that. The other one, talking about the other witness, Judge, again, the timing is problematic. And I understand that things happen and people bring up information at the last minute. Those things do happen. But this seems to be a little convenient that suddenly we're bringing up information from the very first motion in limine. Now we have two more additional statements. The only difference, Judge, is these statements, they came about as a result of preparation for trial. And they happen to be witnesses who are on the very side, at least from my perspective, of, on the opposite side of the case. And ironically, I'm not seeing any disclosures that seem to favor the defense or go that direction. And again, I'm not going to reiterate all of the stuff about relevancy, Judge, but the reality of this is that the timing is suspect. And giving me sufficient notice to address these, it's just not there. And again, the prejudicial impact greatly outweighs the probative value.
All right. Well, counsel, they're both under advisement. Take a look through them later today in the morning. I'll prepare a ruling on both, so the parties have the benefit of knowing whether or not that information is entitled to be admitted at trial. I do appreciate the sides briefing and arguing it and bringing it forth in a motion in limine. As they say, better late than never, and certainly I'd rather be considering this when I have time to have this instead of it spontaneously coming up on the stand with a witness. So we will conclude for today then with those under advisement, and I'll intend to have an oral ruling on both motions tomorrow morning at 8:30. We'll then have the jurors in at 9 for further evidence. So we'll be in recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.